Hey everyone, if this story touched your heart and made you believe in second chances, please give it a big thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing tales and share your thoughts in the comments below. Your support means the world to us. The CEO's return. The sun had barely risen when Julian Sterling closed his suitcase for the last time. The morning mist covered the small town of Willow Creek like a veil of farewell. Outside, the taxi idled, its dry hum echoing down the quiet street. Inside the living room, Amelia fought the urge to scream, to beg him to stay, to hold him with her arms and her heart. But she said nothing, only watched him. Her eyes filled with tears, trying to memorize every detail of the man she loved more than her own life. Julian, dressed in his leather jacket and eyes gleaming with ambition, kissed her forehead tenderly. "It's just for a while, Amy. When everything's stable, I'll come back for you. We'll live in New York. You'll see. It'll be a new life." His voice sounded confident, but her heart heard what he wasn't saying, that he might never return. She offered a broken smile and caressed his face as if it were their last touch. "You don't need New York to be someone, Julian. Everything you are is already here." He looked away. That phrase hurt him more than he expected. Deep down, he knew she was right. But the desire to conquer the world was stronger than any feeling. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. As he put his suitcase in the car's trunk, Amelia clutched the edge of her coat and took a deep breath. In the back seat, Julian rolled down the window. "I love you, Amy. Wait for me." She nodded without a word, and in that moment she knew he might never hear what she needed to say. The car pulled away slowly. Amelia stood at the entrance, feeling her heart constrict as if an invisible hand was twisting it. The cold wind rustled the tree leaves and carried away the sound of footsteps that wouldn't return anytime soon. But fate, silent and true, began to weave paths that would change everything. Welcome to Narratives and Memories. First of all, please leave your like. This way, YouTube will understand that our content is valuable and will show it to more people. The morning after Julian left, Amelia felt a strange unease. She thought it was due to nerves, the anxiety of everything that had been said, and what remained unsaid. But as the days passed, the nausea persisted, the dizziness increased, and that feminine intuition, that silent and powerful force, began to whisper certainties that she still didn't want to accept. It was a rainy Tuesday, with a broken umbrella and soaked feet, when she walked into the downtown pharmacy and bought the test. She waited until her shift ended at the cafe to take it, locked in the back bathroom. When the two clear, intense, undeniable red lines appeared, Amelia sat on the cold tile floor, hugging her legs, and cried. She cried from fear, from longing, from love, and from rage. She was alone. The next day, she went to the town's health clinic to confirm the pregnancy. Seeing the image on the ultrasound, her heart raced. "There are two," the nurse said, smiling, as if delivering good news. Amelia, however, choked on the reality. Two tiny hearts beat inside her, and neither would have their father nearby. The news spread quickly. In small towns, words fly like wind through open windows. Pregnant and abandoned, some ladies whispered over sips of bitter coffee. Amelia listened, pretending not to. She worked until her 8th month, feeling the weight of the world on her back, and two lives growing inside her. She slept little, ate what she could, and prayed every night for strength. Leo and Max were born on a silent dawn, with fine rain tapping against the hospital window. Amelia looked at them for the first time and felt all the suffering had been worth it. They were perfect, identical, with their father's eyes, the same crooked smile Julian made when he was nervous. The love she felt for those two tiny beings was so overwhelming that for a moment she forgot about the absence. In the first few months, loneliness was a dark room where only the baby's cries could be heard. But little by little, she learned to bathe them with one hand, to prepare bottles in the middle of the night, to recognize each one's cry. It was exhausting, sometimes cruel, but also beautiful. And every smile from Leo and Max reminded her that life hadn't punished her. It had blessed her. She went back to work, carrying the children wrapped in blankets to the cafe. Customers got used to seeing the tired-eyed young woman with two babies in her arms. Some helped, others judged. But Amelia stood tall with dignity. She didn't need pity or empty advice. All she wanted was a chance to keep going. Over time, she rented a simple little house with a porch and a garden. She planted daisies at the entrance and hung photos of the twins on the walls. For each birthday, she made 2 small cakes and sang Happy Birthday alone. With tears in her eyes and a shy joy in her heart, Amelia didn't talk about Julian. She told the children that their dad had gone on a trip and might one day return. She didn't know if she was lying to protect them or herself, but deep down, there was still a crack of hope that she tried, unsuccessfully, to completely close. And so the years passed, between sleepless nights, school parties, frightening fevers, and hugs full of cookie crumbs. Amelia was mother and father. She was home and refuge. She was a woman marked by pain, but guided by a love that no one could take away from her. What do you think Julian sacrificed to reach the top? Do you believe he truly feels the void he talks about? Share your thoughts. New York was everything Julian Sterling had imagined, and more. Glass skyscrapers, dinners with investors, meetings in luxurious penthouses overlooking Central Park. In a short time, his name became a reference in the technology and innovation sector. At 30, he appeared on magazine covers. He was invited to exclusive events and accumulated figures most only saw in movies. He had triumphed, and the whole world applauded him. But inside, there was a silence, a constant void, as if every achievement shouted the absence of something essential. At first, he tried to silence that void with French champagne and parties in neon-lit lofts. Beautiful women, yes, many, but none with Amelia's blue eyes. None with that sweetness to understand his silences or rest their head on his chest as if the world stopped there. Sometimes, on lonely nights, Julian found himself reviewing old messages on his phone. He never had the courage to delete her number. He had written and deleted hundreds of messages over the years. How are you? I miss you. Do you still think of me? But pride and uncertainty always won, and the phone screen remained empty. During an interview for a major television network, a journalist asked him, "What did you sacrifice to get here?" Julian smiled for the camera, but his mind betrayed him. Amelia's image appeared sharply. He remembered the kiss on her forehead, her gaze that cold morning, and how he never knew if she was okay again. "The freedom to make mistakes," he replied. But what he really wanted to say was, "I sacrificed the love of my life." He bought an apartment in Manhattan that looked like a museum. Everything in its place, minimalist, sophisticated, but empty. No laughter, no smells of food, no children's clutter, no feminine voice singing out of tune in the shower. Sometimes, he woke up in the middle of the night believing he heard small footsteps in the hallway. It was his mind playing tricks on him. At an international conference in Dubai, he met a Brazilian model everyone said was perfect for him. They were together for 2 months. She wanted trips, cameras, and Julian tried to convince himself that was enough. But one rainy afternoon, looking out the hotel window, He realized he didn't even know what his child's laugh sounded like. So, he ended the relationship without explanation. His closest assistant, Robert, once commented, "You have everything, boss. Why do you seem so tired?" Julian just shrugged. How to explain that the tiredness didn't come from work, but from a lack of purpose? He was a king without a kingdom, a father without children, a rich man surrounded by devastating emotional poverty. On a rare free weekend, Julian went alone to the coast. He walked barefoot on the sand, gazing at the sea, and for the first time in a long time he cried. The tears came out silently, almost timidly, as if they had waited years for that moment. He wasn't sure why he was crying, but he felt he had left something behind that he could never recover. And it was that night, watching the stars reflected in the sea, that he decided he needed to go back. He didn't know exactly what he would find, but something inside him screamed that a part of his story remained unwritten, and it was in Willow Creek. What do you think Julian will find when he returns to Willow Creek? Will Amelia forgive him after all these years? Leave your predictions in the comments. The call came on a gray morning when Julian was still in a meeting with Asian executives. It was Robert, his assistant, with an unusually serious voice. "Your grandfather, Mr. Arthur, passed away this morning." Julian fell silent. The news hit him like an anchor in the chest. Mr. Arthur had been more than a grandfather. He was the remaining figure from his childhood, the only one who believed he could be someone without having to lose everything along the way. 2 days later, Julian boarded a private flight to Willow Creek, wearing a black suit and a heavy heart. The jet seemed too small for the whirlwind of thoughts he carried within him. 5 years had passed since he last set foot on that land, and everything in him screamed discomfort. Nostalgia mixed with guilt, sweet memories, and memories he preferred to forget. Upon arrival, he was met with curious glances and restrained hugs. The town was still the same. Cobblestone streets, the smell of freshly baked bread from the corner bakery, ladies sitting on wicker chairs on the sidewalk commenting on other people's lives. But for Julian, everything seemed distant, as if he were watching a movie about his own life. The wake was simple, as Mr. Arthur would have wanted it. Julian stood silently in front of the coffin. He shed no tears, but his eyes were red. He remembered how his grandfather taught him to fix the old car engine, the afternoons they walked together to the square, and the last conversation they had when Mayor Arthur told him, "Don't lose sight of who you are or who you love." At the time, it seemed like a poetic phrase to Julian. Now it sounded like a prophetic warning. After the Mass, Julian went for a walk alone through the streets. He passed the school where he studied, the soccer field, the old house where he lived with his mother. Everything was the same, and at the same time, it carried a deafening absence. Turning a corner, he saw the cafe where Amelia used to work. The sign was still there, faded, but familiar. His heart skipped a beat. He stopped in front of the window, observing the subtle movement inside. A young woman waited tables, and a lady managed the cash register. But Amelia wasn't there. Disappointment came with disguised relief. Perhaps he wasn't ready to see her face to face yet. Or maybe deep down, he still hoped to run into her by chance, like in the movies. As he walked through the central square, something caught his attention. Children's laughter. He turned and saw 2 children running around a fountain. They were identical. Fair skin, wavy blonde hair, mischievous smiles. Julian froze. He felt the air escape his lungs, as if he had been punched in the chest. It was like seeing his own childhood in duplicate. He approached slowly, like someone who doesn't want to startle a dream. The children were playing with plastic cars, completely oblivious to the world. One of them let out a burst of laughter, and it was in that instant that Julian felt a chill. That laugh, that exact sound. It was the same one he heard on the old cassette tapes his mother recorded when he was little. Before he could say or do anything, a voice called the children from across the square. "Leo! Max! Let's go!" They ran towards the voice, and then he saw her, Amelia, with slightly shorter hair, but with the same sweet, firm gaze. She was carrying a shopping bag and a child's coat in each arm. She didn't see him, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. Standing there between the past and the present, Julian felt something inside him begin to crumble. The empire he had built no longer seemed so grand, because in front of those two children and that woman, he sensed the greatest truth of his life. Perhaps he had already been a father for a long time and simply hadn't known it. Julian stood motionless, as if his feet had rooted to the stone ground of the square. The sound of cars, the singing of birds, the conversations of people around him, everything faded into the background. Everything, except those two small figures running around the fountain. Their laughter, so free and carefree, cut through the air like living, familiar music. Every expression, every gesture of the children was a mirror of the past. They were, without a doubt, his copy. Julian's heart pounded in his chest, not from the emotion of seeing them, but from the terror of understanding what that meant. "It can't be," he murmured to himself, swallowing hard, "but it could be." Deep down, he knew it from the first instant. No coincidence in the world explained those faces, those features identical to his own childhood. Julian's eyes followed the children as they approached a bench, laughing at something one of them said. They had the same way of tilting their heads when thinking, the same dimple on their left cheek, the same curious sparkle in their eyes. It was like being in front of living portraits of himself, but with the lightness he had lost long ago. His body moved by instinct, almost wanting to confirm with his hands what his eyes already knew. He took 2 steps, but stopped. What right did he have to approach? Fear, guilt, and disbelief tangled like a knot in his chest. They didn't know who he was, and maybe they were better off that way. But then one of them, the one in the green shirt, looked him straight in the eye. An intense gaze, without distrust, just curiosity. Julian felt the air escape his lungs. For a moment, it was as if that small, childlike gaze pierced through decades of distance and said, "I know you." But the moment passed, and the child turned to his brother, resuming their game. When Amelia reappeared to call them, Julian partially hid behind a tree. His heart raced. Seeing her after so many years was like a blow and a relief at the same time. She looked more mature, stronger, and more tired. But there was a serenity in the way she spoke to her children, in how she effortlessly enveloped them with love. The woman he had left behind, the woman who was now a mother, was standing there in front of him. Julian watched her from afar as she took one of the children's hands and adjusted the other's cap. And then he heard one of them say, "Mommy, why is that man looking at us like that?" She instinctively turned in the direction they pointed, and Julian, on impulse, turned his back and walked away. Fast, with clumsy steps, as if fleeing could erase what he had just seen. He sat on the nearest bench, his hands on his face, his body trembling. Memories flooded back like an avalanche. The day he left her, the broken promise, the silence between them. Everything made sense now. Amelia was pregnant, and he never knew. Or worse, he never bothered to ask. Sitting there, amidst the deepest pain he had ever felt in his life, Julian understood that he had lost more than time. He had lost moments that would not return. The first steps, the first words, the midnight fevers, the spontaneous laughter, the bedtime stories. And now, all he had left was the crushing weight of regret. But there was something burning inside him, with the same intensity as the guilt. A visceral need to know them, to be part of their lives, even if it was late. Because even if he had lost the right to be a father, perhaps he was still in time to be a presence. Do you think Julian will find a way to connect with his children and Amelia? What do you believe he needs to do to earn their trust? Share your thoughts below. That night, Julian couldn't sleep. The image of the children, his children, running through the square, replayed in his mind like a movie he couldn't pause. The sound of their laughter, Amelia's sweet voice, the innocent gaze one of them cast him, all of it swirled inside him. He felt like an intruder in his own story, an outsider looking at the life he could have had. Driven by an uncontrollable restlessness, he hired a local investigator. He asked him to be discreet, to find out where Amelia lived, what she did, and above all, if there was another man in her life. He didn't know if he truly wanted to know, but he needed to. The report arrived 2 days later, and what he read disarmed him. Amelia lived in a simple neighborhood, in a small house with a porch covered in plants and toys scattered in the yard. She worked part-time at the town cafe and baked desserts on order. There was no record of a partner or frequent male visitors. 5 years alone, raising 2 children. His children, without ever having asked for anything, without ever having looked for him. Julian read that information with a knot in his throat. The attached photo of Amelia sitting on the porch with a child on each side, the 3 of them smiling as they shared a slice of cake, hit him with brutal force. It was a portrait of genuine love, of hard-won happiness, and of his absence screaming in every corner of the scene. Still heartbroken, Julian decided not to seek her out immediately. Not yet. He couldn't just show up saying, "I'm your father." That family, even without him, was a living, functional organism. He was the stranger, the one who left, the one who didn't call, the one who remained silent for 5 years. So he began to observe them. He went to the square on Saturday mornings, when the children rode their bicycles. He bought sweets at the same market where Amelia did her shopping. He was careful not to be seen, but every small detail connected him even more to that reality that could and should have been his from the beginning. He discovered that Leo was the most talkative, full of questions, with curious eyes. Max, quieter, seemed to carry an entire universe within his silence. Both were incredibly smart, charismatic, with a keen sense of humor. Julian saw his own gestures in them with disconcerting clarity, not only physically, but also in their expressions, in the way they frowned when something didn't quite make sense. Amelia, for her part, was a portrait of strength. She did everything for them, raising them with firmness and affection, teaching values with simplicity and tenderness. She never complained, never played the victim. She smiled with her eyes, but there was a shadow of tiredness on her face, that kind of tiredness that accumulates year after year when you carry everything alone. Julian felt a mix of pride and shame, pride for the incredible woman she had become, shame for not having been by her side on each of those difficult days. It hurt him to think of the feverish nights, the birthdays without a father, the questions the children might have already asked. And yet Amelia never sent him a message, never asked for help, never looked for him. That said a lot. It was as if she had chosen silence to protect her children, and perhaps herself. And now Julian wondered, after so much time, would he still be welcome? It was a clear Sunday morning when Julian finally gathered the courage. He dressed simply, a white shirt, jeans, no expensive watches or anything that screamed the life he led elsewhere. He didn't want to appear a stranger. He wanted, if only for an instant, to be the man Amelia knew, the man she loved before everything fell apart. He waited for her at the exit of the cafe where she worked. When she walked through the door carrying a box of pastries, the world seemed to stop, just as it had in the square. But now there was no distance, no tree to hide behind. It was just him and her. Their gazes met for a second, and in that instant, Julian saw everything. The surprise, the memory, the pain. But she concealed it, like someone hiding an old wound with a practiced smile. "Amelia," he said in a low, hoarse voice. She stood still for 2 seconds before forcing a smile and replying, "Julian, wow, it's been a long time." That artificial, almost rehearsed tone hurt him more than any insult. She didn't ask why he was there, didn't ask anything. She just offered a polite hello, as if they were casual acquaintances meeting after years. "Can we talk?" he asked, trying to keep calm. She hesitated, looked around, and said, "Sure, I just can't stay long. I have to pick up the boys from my mom's house." Julian noticed the pause. She didn't want to give him space or time. It was as if every word was measured to maintain a barrier between them. They sat on a bench in the square, the same one where he had watched his children days earlier. She spoke with forced naturalness about work, the town, the weather. Julian tried to reach something more intimate, but she skillfully deflected. It was as if he were talking to a cafe customer and not the man who broke her heart. "I heard you have children," he ventured. "Didn't I say?" She froze for an instant, long enough for him to notice, but she soon resumed. "Yes, 2 boys, twins." A brief, soulless smile. "They're my life." She didn't say they were his, didn't mention dates or names. It was a half-truth, and perhaps that was what hurt the most, knowing she was hiding the most important thing. "And their father?" he asked directly, without beating around the bush. Amelia looked down. "He left. We have no contact." Another half-truth, another white lie. Julian understood in that moment that she knew, that she had always known he was the father, and that she was trying to protect them. From him, from the past, from everything that broke. But there was something else, in her eyes, behind the calm, controlled tone. There was pain, an ancient pain, which she held deep inside. And though she didn't say it aloud, he heard it in the silence between each sentence. "You weren't there. I did it all alone." The weight of that crushed him, but he didn't blame her. He couldn't. "Amelia," he finally said, his voice breaking. "I saw the boys. They're identical to me." She didn't respond. She just remained silent, looking at the ground. And that silence, more than any words, was the confirmation he needed, and the beginning of something neither of them knew how to repair. What do you think will be Amelia's reaction to Julian's confession? Will she let him be a part of their children's lives? Comment your thoughts below. In the days following that tense conversation, Julian could barely concentrate on anything else. The image of the children, Leo and Max, as he discovered by hearing Amelia call them in the square, filled his thoughts with overwhelming force. He watched them from afar, with a mixture of fascination and pain. It was cruel to know they were his children and not be able to call them his. It was a punishment that felt too ruthless. Then, one afternoon when Amelia took them to the park to play, Julian took a chance. He waited for the children to wander off a bit, laughing among themselves as they flew colorful kites and approached slowly. With his heart in his throat and his voice trembling, he knelt beside them and said, "Hey, those kites are flying higher than the clouds. Can I help?" The children looked at him, first with distrust, but soon with curiosity. "Do you know how to fly a kite?" Leo asked, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Julian smiled. "Not only do I know how to fly it, I know how to make it reach the moon." It was enough. In minutes, they were laughing together, running across the open field, while Amelia watched them from afar, an inscrutable expression on her face. "What's your name?" Max asked, quieter, but visibly intrigued by this new friend. Julian hesitated for a second, but replied, "Alex. My name is Alex." It was a half-truth that hurt, but seemed necessary at the moment. He didn't want to scare them, didn't want to turn their world upside down without preparation. The following days became small rituals. Julian appeared at the park, at the bakery, or in front of the school, always casually. He brought balloons, toy cars, sometimes books. Little by little, the children began to look for him, with their eyes, every time they went out. "Do you think Alex will come today, Mommy?" they asked enthusiastically. Amelia, despite her apprehension, didn't stop them. Perhaps because deep down, she also felt that Julian deserved a chance, even if in silence. Julian was fascinated by every detail. Max was observant. He loved to draw and had a notebook full of colorful monsters and invented superheroes. Leo, on the other hand, was talkative, full of absurd theories about the world, and laughed at his own jokes. Together, they were a storm of life, and he felt more and more a part of it, even with a borrowed identity. One afternoon, while building a makeshift sandcastle, Leo said, "You look like my dad." Julian froze. "Oh, really?" He tried to respond, his voice as light as possible. The boy nodded. "Mommy showed us a picture of him once, but he left. If he had been as cool as you, I think he would have stayed." Max looked at his brother, serious. "But maybe one day he'll come back." Julian felt the world spinning. The sincerity of those little ones disarmed him. They talked about the absent father as if he were a fairy tale character, something distant, but still occupying a place in their hearts. And he, listening to that, felt like an imposter. But also perhaps, just perhaps, he was beginning to recover lost time. At the end of that day, when Amelia came to pick them up, Julian approached and asked with a humble gaze, "Can I keep seeing them like this, as a friend?" He looked at her eyes for a long moment. She didn't respond with words. She just nodded, her eyes filled with tears, and turned to walk with her children. It was the first step of a bridge made of broken pieces, hope, and unlived memories. Little by little, the stranger named Alex began to become part of the twins' routine. It was as if he had always been there, between a laugh in the square, a push on the swing, and ice cream shared at sunset. Julian adapted to the role of a friend, with a naturalness that surprised even himself. And to his even greater surprise, Amelia began to allow him to approach more freely. One day, she invited him to dinner. It was an ordinary Friday. Amelia's house was modest, but cozy. Julian noticed the details she had lovingly chosen. Flowered curtains, handmade, drawings by the children themselves, the aroma of homemade food filling the air. The dinner was rice, stewed chicken, and mashed potatoes. Nothing gourmet, nothing like what he was used to in New York, but it was the tastiest food he had tasted in years. The children talked non-stop, taking turns telling stories about school, about friends, about the games they invented. Julian listened to them with a father's attention, though they didn't know it, and with a smile that escaped him effortlessly. Max showed a new drawing. "It's you, Alex, and us. We're flying in a giant balloon." Julian felt his eyes fill with tears. "That's incredible," he said, trying not to choke on his emotions. Amelia, sitting at the table with her hair pulled back in a loose bun, watched everything in silence. Her eyes went from her children to Julian, as if trying to understand if the man sitting there was the same one who had left her years ago. There was something new in him, something calmer, more present. But she still carried the wounds and the memories of nights spent crying in silence so as not to wake the babies. "Do you like living in the big city?" she asked suddenly, breaking the magical moment. Julian took a deep breath. I like it, but lately I feel like something is missing. She nodded without saying more. They didn't need to name what they both knew. The absence, the past, the life that almost was. After dinner, the children insisted that Julian stay a little longer. They wanted him to watch a superhero movie with us, Alex. He accepted, sitting between the two on the sofa. It was a small, cramped space, but he felt more comfortable there than in any luxury penthouse. Leo rested his head on his shoulder. Max took his hand without realizing it. And Julian felt something inside him settle, as if that was where he was always supposed to be. When the children fell asleep, Amelia took them to their room. Julian remained in the living room, looking around. Every corner of the house told a story. The faded curtain, the stacked toys, the drawings taped to the kitchen wall. It was a simple life, yes, but it was real, and it was permeated with love. She returned to the living room, sitting on the armchair opposite him. They adore you, she said softly. They think you're special. Julian smiled, but didn't respond. He knew that sooner or later, he would have to tell the truth. But a part of him feared that, by doing so, he would break that silent magic that was beginning to blossom. That night, leaving the house and walking through the quiet streets, Julian realized that he had rediscovered much more than his children. He had rediscovered a version of himself he thought was lost. That house, that table, those laughs, they weren't just memories. They were beginning to become a home, and a dream he was no longer willing to lose. Do you think Julian is ready to tell his children the truth? What challenges do you foresee for Julian and Amelia as they navigate this revelation? Share your thoughts. The days became a pendulum of contradictory emotions for Amelia. Julian's constant presence, now Alex to the children, caused her an unsettling mix of comfort and insecurity. She watched him with his children, the naturalness with which he laughed with them, his patience in explaining simple things, the way he hugged them with a care that bordered on the sacred. It was impossible not to feel that something true was being born there, or perhaps reborn. But at the same time, there was the past, and it hurt. It hurt most on days when the children asked why their dad never came back, why all their other classmates had someone to bring to Father's Day, and they didn't. Amelia had spent years trying to heal that absence with multiplied love. Now, with Julian so close, the wound throbbed more intensely. Many times she wondered if she was being selfish. Was it right to let them get attached to him again without knowing who he really was? What if he hurt them? What if one day he left again, and this time not only her, but taking with him the two most fragile hearts she knew? Julian, for his part, began to dream. For the first time in a long time, he imagined a future that had nothing to do with numbers or deals. He found himself visualizing lazy Sundays on the couch with the children, breakfasts with Amelia, a dog running in the yard. Simple, everyday fantasies that made him smile without realizing it. One rainy afternoon, while the children were at their grandmother's house, Julian stayed to help Amelia with some pastry orders. They baked in silence for a while until she said, "Did you know they were born on a night like this? It rained so much. I thought I wasn't going to make it to the hospital." He stopped stirring the syrup. "You were alone." She nodded. "My aunt took me, but yes, I was alone." That confession hurt him deeply. He wanted to apologize, to kneel, to beg forgiveness for every absence. But she didn't ask for that. She kept stirring the syrup as if talking about the weather, and it was then that he understood. She no longer wanted promises or tears. She wanted stability. She wanted security for her children. And maybe, just maybe, she also wanted to feel loved again, but without risks. That night, saying goodbye on the porch, It was still raining softly. Julian hesitated before leaving. "Amelia, I never stopped loving you. Not a single day." She looked at him for an instant that was too long. She wanted to respond, but bit her lips. She only said, "They love you, and that scares me more than anything else." He understood. Love was no longer just between the two of them. It was a delicate triangle, where any mistake could hurt innocent hearts. Amelia carried within her the fierce instinct of a mother who had survived alone, protecting her children from disappointments, even her own. But even in the midst of conflict, there was a subtle hope growing. In the small gestures, in the long conversations, in the shared silences, they were reconnecting not as the young lovers they once were, but as two adults marked by life, trying to weave a future where finally the wounds could heal. The doubt was no longer a doubt. Julian knew it. Every glance, every gesture of the children was like a reflection of himself. But still, something inside him needed final confirmation. Perhaps it was fear. Perhaps it was the need to cling to a piece of paper, a cold number that validated what his heart was already screaming loudly. Leo and Max were his children, and he loved them more than any success he had achieved in his life. He did it discreetly. One ordinary afternoon, while Amelia was attending to a customer at the cafe, he took a used straw and a bottle cap from one of the children, carefully putting them in an envelope. It was a gesture that pained him, as if he were violating something sacred. But Julian didn't want, couldn't, make a mistake with them again. Days later, the result arrived in a white, discreet envelope with small, impersonal letters. Genetic compatibility, 99.99%. He read the phrase 3 times, each time with more difficulty. His hands trembled, his eyes burned. There it was, in black and white, what his heart already knew. He was a father. Julian sat on a park bench with the envelope clutched in his fingers. He looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and let the tears flow. It wasn't sadness. It was a relief so intense that it mingled with pain, with guilt, with hope. He thought about all the nights he had missed, the first steps, the falls, the night fears. And now he had 2 sons. 2 sons who still called him Alex. He wanted to run to Amelia's house. He wanted to shout the truth, to take the children in his arms, to tell them everything. But immediately, fear paralyzed him. What if she didn't forgive him? What if he broke that fragile bond they were rebuilding? What if she told him he had already lost his chance to be a father? That now it was too late? That night, seeing them asleep on the sofa after another afternoon together, Julian covered them tenderly. He observed their serene faces, their chests rising and falling in a calm rhythm. He felt a desperate urge to kiss their foreheads, to whisper, "My son, my son." But he held back. It wasn't time yet. The next day he tried to act normally. He took them to school. He laughed at silly jokes. He helped Leo with a puzzle while Max showed him his new drawings. Amelia, for her part, looked at him with growing distrust. She saw something in his eyes she couldn't name, a different sparkle, a contained emotion. Julian found himself staring too much, smiling too much, getting emotional over trifles. When the children gave him drawings with "Alex is cool" written in crooked letters, he almost broke down right there. And it was at that moment that he understood. The truth was not a weapon. It was their right. The right of those 2 little hearts that deserved to know who he really was. But how to say it? How to break the silence of 5 years? How to look Amelia in the eye and admit it had taken him all the time to seek the truth? He didn't know, but he knew he couldn't wait forever. Because time, the same time that took her away once, was now his worst enemy. What do you think Julian will do with the DNA results? How will he finally reveal the truth to Amelia and the boys? Share your strategies in the comments. The night was warm, suffocating. Julian walked through the silent streets of Willow Creek, trying to find air amidst the whirlwind of feelings consuming him. In his hand, the envelope with the DNA test was already crumpled. In his pocket, an old photo of him and Amelia in front of the town square fountain, taken on an ordinary day, a day before everything changed. He had always carried it with him, hidden among papers he never had the courage to throw away. That night when he left, it came back to him with painful clarity. He remembered the sound of the suitcase closing, Amelia's soft perfume, the heavy silence between them. He remembered how he avoided looking at her when she, with tears in her eyes, told him, "It's not too late to stay." And he, believing he was doing the right thing, only kissed her forehead and promised to return. An empty promise, a cowardly gesture. Now, looking back, he saw the truth clearly. He had been selfish, arrogant. He thought love would wait forever, that people wouldn't change while he conquered the world. He didn't think about the pain he left behind. He didn't imagine that Amelia was carrying 2 lives inside her. He left her alone, pregnant, helpless. He also remembered his first night in New York, alone in a 5-star hotel room, toasting with strangers to a new contract. But inside, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. He thought it was fleeting nostalgia, believed he was on the right path. But now he understood that, at that very moment, Amelia might have been scared. She was in labor, calling out for someone who never came. Julian sat on the park bench where she had hugged him for the last time. He ran his hand through his hair, his face hidden in his hands. The shame was almost unbearable. He had become a man admired by many. But what about her? What about his children? What kind of man abandons the woman he loves at the most fragile moment of her life? It was hard to accept that the pain she carried bore his signature, and the cruelest part of all was realizing that she never hated him. She never sought revenge. She just kept going. She fought. She raised her children with dignity, hiding the burden of an absent father. And even so, she allowed him to approach. She trusted him once more. Mr. Arthur's words, his grandfather's, echoed in his mind. Don't lose sight of who you are or who you love. Julian now knew he had lost himself, in ambition, in forgiveness, in pride, in fear. And most of all, he had lost her. Guilt weighed heavily, but there was a spark of hope, because now he wasn't running away. He was there, back, facing the ghosts he himself created, but ready to face them. He knew he couldn't erase the past, but perhaps he could rewrite the future. And that new story had to begin with a gesture, a plea for forgiveness, not with words, but with actions, with deeds that would say more than any promise. For her, for Leo, for Max, and for the Julian she once loved, who was now finally beginning to be reborn. The night fell, heavy with humid, suffocating heat. The sky was dark, as if the world was about to collapse. Amelia, accustomed to the signs from her children's bodies, realized something was wrong as soon as she touched Max's forehead. He was hot, too hot. He trembled, huddled on the sofa with his eyes half closed and his face pale. Leo, frightened, squeezed her hand in silence. Without thinking twice, Amelia grabbed the thermometer. 4 degrees. Her heart skipped a beat. She tried to bring down the fever with wet cloths, with syrup, but nothing seemed to work. Max murmured nonsensical things, his gaze lost. Leo began to cry, and she did too. The situation reminded her of other nights, when she was alone with the two crying babies, fighting against fear and exhaustion. But now she was no longer alone. Without pride, without hesitation, Amelia called Julian. "Alex, please, come, it's Max." Her voice trembled. On the other end of the line, Julian didn't ask anything. He just replied, "I'm coming." He arrived in less than 15 minutes, his face pale, breathless. He found Amelia on her knees on the living room floor, Max in her arms, and Leo clinging to her leg. The sight broke his soul. Without saying a word, he knelt beside her and took Max in his arms. "Hey, champ, Alex is here," he said, trying to keep his voice steady, though his hands trembled. They took Max to the hospital. Julian drove like a madman, and Amelia held the child in the back seat, whispering promises and prayers. Leo stayed with the neighbor. In the emergency room, doctors performed tests, administered antipyretics, and began hydration. The fever slowly began to drop. It was a long night of waiting, of anguish, of silences filled with unsaid words. When Max finally fell asleep peacefully, connected to an IV, Julian left the room and went to the hallway, where Amelia was sitting, exhausted. Her eyes were red and her hands clasped as if still praying. He sat beside her. For several minutes, they said nothing. They just breathed together that same dense air, heavy with fear and memories. And then Amelia spoke, softly, without anger. Just pain. "You are their father, Julian." He remained silent. A part of him expected it. The other part still broke inside upon hearing the truth spoken aloud. "I knew it from the beginning," she continued. "From the moment I saw you in the square. But I didn't want you to come back, just because you felt guilty." Julian covered his face with his hands. He cried. He cried as he had never cried in his life. For everything he lost, for everything she lived through, for all the nights he wasn't there. "I failed them. I should have come back. I should have looked for them. I promised you I would return." His voice was barely a broken thread. Amelia looked at him. "You didn't come back, but now you're here, and I don't know what to do with that." It wasn't a reproach. It was a release. And in that instant, Julian understood that forgiveness wasn't a magic word. It was a path, one he would have to walk, step by step, with humility, with truth, and with all the love that now overflowed from his chest. That morning, while Max slept under the care of the medical team, Julian and Amelia, sitting side by side, took the first real step towards the truth. And for the first time, she didn't call him Alex. She whispered, "Thank you for being here, Julian." Do you think Max will accept Julian as his father? How will their family dynamic change after this truth is revealed? Share your thoughts below. The revelation from Amelia hung in the air like a suspended truth, about to fall on everyone. After Max was discharged and returned home, the following days were strange. Julian was still present, but something had changed. He knew it. Amelia knew it. Only the children continued to live in the limbo of innocence, and Julian felt that was unfair. They had a right to know, to understand who he really was. It was Amelia who made the decision. They were sitting at the table on an ordinary afternoon when she called Leo and Max with an unusual seriousness. The children, always attentive to their mother's tone, sat with restless, wide eyes. Julian was by her side, his hands cold, his heart beating so hard it seemed to pound in the room. "Children," Amelia began, her voice soft but firm. "You know that Alex has been very special to our family. He has taken care of you, played with you, loved you." She looked at Julian, who nodded, his face composed. But there's something you need to know. Something very important." The twins looked at each other, confused. It was Max who asked, "Is he leaving?" The question broke Julian's heart. "No, my love," Amelia replied with a fragile smile. "Actually, Alex has another name, and he's more than a friend. He is your father." The silence was deafening. Both boys remained still, processing the words. Leo was the first to react. His eyes widened, and a smile began to form. "You're my dad?" he asked, with a mixture of surprise and joy. Julian felt tears escape his eyes. "Yes, Leo, I am." Leo jumped into his arms with a force that almost made him lose his balance. The boy hugged him tightly, his face buried in his chest. "I knew it. I knew you were different. I always felt it." Julian held him close, as if he never wanted to let go. It was as if, in that embrace, a lifetime of absence began to heal. But Max remained silent. He looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with tears, but he wasn't smiling. "You lied to us?" he asked in a low voice, without looking at Julian. The father tried to approach. "Son, I didn't want to. I was scared. I didn't want to frighten you." But Max backed away. "You weren't there when we were born, not when I got sick. And now you want to be a dad just because it's easy?" Those words cut Julian more than anything else. It was true. Max's pain wasn't pure anger. It was fear, disappointment, confusion. Amelia tried to intervene, but Julian raised his hand in a calm gesture. "He's right," he said, his eyes filled with tears. "I wasn't there and I can't erase that, but I want to be here now, every day, if you let me." Max ran out of the room, his eyes wet. Amelia went after him, leaving Julian with Leo still in his arms. The happiness of one clashed with the pain of the other, and the father at the center of it all felt divided, torn between two hearts he wished to protect. That night, Julian understood that being a father went beyond blood, beyond biology, beyond easy hugs. Being a father would mean winning Max over patiently, day after day. Being a father would mean proving with actions that this promise would not be broken now. And he was willing to do anything to rebuild the love that, though wounded, still beat within that family. What do you think Julian will do to win Max's trust? How will their family face the challenges of healing and rebuilding? Share your thoughts below. 2 days after the revelation to the children, Julian received an unexpected call. It was Samuel Whitaker, his partner and right-hand man at the company they had built together. The man's voice, always energetic, now sounded urgent. "We have a multi-million-dollar deal in our hands, Julian. An Asian conglomerate wants to buy part of our technology, but they want you in New York in 48 hours for the signing. Otherwise, the deal falls through." The world seemed to wobble for an instant. Julian was sitting on the porch of Amelia's house, with a glass of warm coffee in his hands, and Leo playing with a toy car at his feet. It was a simple scene, but filled with peace. And now that peace was being threatened by a past that insisted on pulling him back. He hung up the phone without giving an answer. His mind was spinning in circles. The proposal was tempting. Astronomical figures, global prestige, international expansion. It was the kind of deal that changes the game, that elevates any executive to the pantheon of economic immortals. But for the first time, he wasn't sure if that still mattered to him. That night, he walked alone to the lake, the same place where, as a young man, he had promised himself he would never be just another face in the crowd. Now he found himself wishing for exactly that, a common life, with simple dinners, lazy Sundays, and hugs before bedtime. He looked at his reflection in the water and wondered who that man was. The ambitious Julian who had conquered everything, or the new father who was just beginning to understand what true love was. When he told Amelia about the proposal, she remained silent. For a moment, He thought she would react with anger or coldness, but she only sighed. "I knew this moment was coming," she said. "You belong to another world, Julian." She paused. "I didn't know it was going to hurt so much to see you leave again." "I don't want to leave," he replied immediately, with a sincerity that surprised him. "But if I don't go, I lose everything I built." She nodded, her eyes filled with tears. "And if you go, you lose everything you've started to rebuild here." Meanwhile, Max, who was still distant, overheard the conversation from behind the door. The idea of losing his dad again, just when he was beginning to accept his presence, filled his small heart with fear. He said nothing that night, but the look he gave Julian the next morning at breakfast was different. There was no longer anger. There was a silent plea. "Stay, Dad." Julian had 48 hours to decide between two worlds. On one side, the empire he built with blood and sweat. On the other, a family he was just beginning to know, but who already inhabited every beat of his heart. Time was his enemy. Again. But now, for the first time, he had something bigger than numbers asking him to stay. Love. And in the midst of that whirlwind of decisions and uncertainties, one thing was clear. Whatever his decision, it would change everything. Forever. Julian asked for a day. 24 hours to decide between the weight of a lifetime of conquests and the soft, still fragile whisper of a love that was finally beginning to take shape. His partner grumbled. He tried to convince him with figures, promises, veiled threats about shareholders. But Julian, for the first time, did not yield to the logic of business. He asked for silence. He needed to listen to his heart, and it had been a long time since he had done so. The night arrived, silent and full of thoughts. Amelia left him alone with the children, as a wordless vote of confidence. He prepared simple sandwiches and orange juice, and the three of them had dinner on the living room floor, surrounded by toys and timid laughter. Leo was full of excitement. He wanted to know everything about New York, planes, business. Max, quieter, watched him with attentive eyes, as if trying to decipher his intentions. After dinner, Julian brought a wooden box. Inside, old photos. Of him as a child, of him with Mr. Arthur, of him with his mother. One in particular made Leo excited. A photo where Julian, at 7 years old, made the same silly face Leo loved to make. "He's just like me," the boy said, pointing and laughing. Julian just smiled, but inside, he cried. Max slowly approached and picked up a photo of teenage Julian in front of the same fountain where he and his brother used to play. "You played there too?" he asked him. "Yes, a lot. This town was always my home, even when I thought I wanted to run away from it." Max nodded. After a while, he whispered, "You're leaving, aren't you?" Julian swallowed hard. "I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's most important." Then, something unexpected happened. Max stood up, grabbed a colored pencil and a sheet of paper, and drew 3 little stick figures holding hands. "This is me, this is Leo, and this is you." Julian took the drawing with trembling hands. "You want me to stay?" he asked, his voice breaking. Max shrugged, but then replied, "Mom never smiles the same way when you're not around." Julian left the living room for a moment and went to Amelia's bedroom. She was sitting on the bed with a book in her hands, but she wasn't reading. "They love you," he said. "I do too, and I don't know how to do this without breaking anyone." Amelia closed the book calmly. "I just want you to choose with your heart for the first time in your life." On the terrace, with the night enveloping everything in a veil of silence, Julian looked up at the sky. He thought of all he had conquered, every applause, every check, every headline. And then he looked into the house. He saw Max and Leo asleep on the sofa, huddled together. Amelia in the background turning off the lights. And he thought, what is an empire if there's no one to share it with? That night, lying on the makeshift mattress in the living room, Julian didn't sleep. He lay there, watching his sons breathe, listening to the wind tapping against the windows, feeling time slip through his fingers. It was the last breath of an old life, and perhaps, if he had the courage, the first step towards a new one. The clock read 9:47 a.m. When Samuel, Julian's partner, looked for the last time towards the boarding gate. The flight to New York departed in 13 minutes, and Julian still hadn't appeared. The security guards, the driver, and even the representative of the Asian conglomerate exchanged impatient glances. "He's not coming," Samuel finally said, throwing his phone onto the lounge chair. The idiot chose love. Across the city, far from the cold bustle of the airport, Julian walked through the municipal market of Willow Creek with a bag of bread and fresh fruit. He wore simple jeans, a white t-shirt, and worn sneakers. And he smiled as he hadn't smiled in years. He had made his decision, for the first time. Not out of pride, not out of ambition, but out of love. A love that now had a name, a face, and children's laughter. Upon arriving at Amelia's house, he found the children playing in the yard. "Didn't you go on a trip?" Leo asked, confused. Julian knelt down and looked him in the eyes. "No, and I'm not leaving." Max stopped playing and approached. "Why?" Julian looked at both of them with firmness and tenderness. "Because my place is here, with you." Amelia came out the door, surprised to see him so early. "Did you miss your flight?" Julian walked towards her, stopped in front of her, and took her hands. "I didn't miss it. I chose not to get on. I chose to stay. Not out of guilt, not out of fear, but because there's no other place in the world where I want to be. And if that means starting from scratch, selling everything, learning to live differently, I'll do it for you." She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes filled with tears. "Are you sure?" He nodded. "For the first time in my life, yes." Amelia hugged him. A strong, deep hug, with the weight of 5 years of silence and longing. It was like closing a chapter, or perhaps opening a new one. In the following days, Julian began to dismantle his old life. He asked Samuel to take over the company. He sold shares. He delegated tasks. He said he wasn't abandoning what he built, but now he was building something bigger. A home, he explained. A real one. The press tried to understand. Blogs speculated, but he didn't give public explanations. He didn't need to. Little by little, he reintegrated himself into the town. He opened a small business with Amelia, an artisanal bakery where Leo and Max sold cookies on weekends. He learned to wake up early, to take the children to school, to burn the rice occasionally. He laughed at the mess. He cleaned up mistakes. He cried with emotion when the children called him Dad aloud, with no more secrets. There were difficult days. Of course, he knew that. The transition wasn't perfect. Sometimes Julian felt the weight of what he had left behind. But when he saw Amelia laughing with the children at the table, or Max lying on his lap reading stories, the world seemed in order. It was another kind of success, quieter, more intimate, but infinitely more valuable. And so, between warm breads, kisses on the forehead, and school mornings, Julian discovered what it truly meant to have it all. It wasn't a penthouse in Manhattan, nor multi-million-dollar contracts. It was waking up every day with the certainty of being exactly where he was supposed to be, and that sometimes, to win life, you first have to lose the fear of starting over. What do you think is the most important lesson Julian learned on his journey? How would you describe the new beginning he found? Share your thoughts below. The weather in town was different that Sunday morning. A modest stage had been set up in Willow Creek Central Square, surrounded by flowers and benches occupied by curious neighbors. Simple banners announced the launch of a new foundation, dedicated to supporting single mothers and local entrepreneurs. There were fresh fruits, artisanal breads, and colorful drawings hanging, some made by Leo and Max, proudly displayed. Julian, wearing a rolled-up dress shirt and no bodyguards around, walked onto the stage with a microphone in his hand and his heart in his hands. He looked at the audience. Among unknown faces, he found Amelia's steady gaze. She was sitting in the front row with the children beside her. She didn't smile, but the sparkle in her eyes told him she knew this moment was more than a speech. It was a plea for forgiveness. "For many years," he began, his voice thick with emotion, "I chased numbers, titles, recognition. And in that race, I left behind something far more valuable than any fortune. I left behind a brave, generous woman and 2 incredible children, whom I'm only now truly getting to know." His voice broke for a second, but he continued. "Today, I want to say something I should have said 5 years ago. Amelia, forgive me." The square fell silent. Some people looked at each other. Others lowered their gaze. Amelia remained still. Julian took a deep breath. "You raised our children with a strength I can only admire, and even when I returned, I brought more pain than comfort. But still, you allowed me to stay. You gave me the opportunity to try, and for that, today I honor you." He extended his hand, and a collaborator brought an envelope. "I sold part of my company in New York. With that, we created the Amelia's Light Foundation, dedicated to supporting women who, like you, do the impossible every day. With this foundation," he continued, "I want to make sure no mother in this town has to choose between raising her children with dignity or giving up her own dreams." The applause came slowly, timidly, until it became a sea of emotional clapping. Amelia had her hands clasped in her lap. Max rested his head on her shoulder. Leo jumped with joy. She finally smiled, a small, tired smile, but full of meaning. After the event, Julian stepped down from the stage and walked towards her. He stopped in front of her in silence. Amelia slowly stood up. "You didn't have to do this," she said, her voice trembling. "But I needed to," he replied, his eyes filled with tears. "Because loving is also about repairing, and if possible, starting over with truth." She didn't respond immediately. She just hugged him. A full, deep embrace with the weight of pain and the lightness of forgiveness. And in that embrace, the past was finally released. The town talked about that gesture for weeks, not because of its economic value, but because of the courage of a man who chose the harder path, recognizing his mistakes and publicly redeeming himself. The foundation grew, helping dozens of women, and most importantly, sealed Julian's commitment to the place that was now truly his home. Time, with its silent patience, began to weave a new routine for Julian and Amelia. It wasn't immediate, nor effect. Rebuilding trust is like hand-sewing torn fabric. It demands delicacy, constancy, and the acceptance that some marks will always remain visible. But love, that more mature and profound love, was the thread that united Emma at every gesture. Julian became a constant presence at breakfast. He learned to make pancakes, although Max always said moms were better. He took the children to school, helped with household chores, and even ventured to sell artisanal bread at the town fair, at the bakery he had opened with Amelia. The townspeople, once skeptical, began to smile as they saw him pass. He was no longer the distant executive. He was Julian, the twins' dad. Leo was always the most expressive, the first to call him Alex Dad, mixing the names with a child's typical naturalness. Julian laughed, moved each time. Max, on the other hand, still called him only by his name. He was respectful, even affectionate, but there was an invisible barrier he still kept between them, and Julian didn't force it. He waited, because he understood that true love also knows how to wait. Amelia and Julian, little by little, rediscovered each other's company. They started with long talks on the terrace. Then came walks through the market, Sunday lunches with music in the background. She laughed more, he slept better. They didn't need to tell each other they loved each other. It was implicit in every prolonged gaze, in every silent gesture, in every time he took her hand for no reason. Then, one ordinary night, with the scent of rain and a starry sky, the unexpected happened. Julian was returning from school with the children. They had passed through the park, bought sweets, and laughed about something silly. Back home, Max took his drawing notebook and showed a new illustration. It was him, Leo, and Julian, all wearing superhero capes. "This is Dad," he said, pointing to the central figure with a D on his chest. Julian froze. He looked at Amelia, who watched the scene with tears in her eyes. "You called me Dad?" he asked, trying to control his emotion. Max nodded with the serenity of someone who has made a big decision. "You weren't at first, but you are now." Julian carefully hugged him, as if holding the world in his arms. Leo joined immediately, and the three of them stood there, hugging in the middle of the living room. Amelia watched, a tear rolling down her cheek. It wasn't sadness. It was relief. It was the confirmation that, against all odds, love had found its way back. That night, the house seemed to breathe differently, as if every corner, every crack, smiled in unison. It was a new family, made of patches, second chances, and real feelings. There was no luxury, but there was presence. There was no perfection, but there was truth. And in that instant, Julian knew with total certainty. He was not just a father, he was home. The sky over Willow Creek dawned clear, with a gentle breeze that caressed the freshly opened flowers in the central square garden. It was the first day of spring, as if even nature had decided to celebrate a new beginning. The benches were adorned with white ribbons and bouquets of daisies, while an arch of pink and lilac flowers surrounded the makeshift altar. And there, under that cloudless blue sky, Amelia and Julian were about to seal before everyone what time had failed to erase: love. The guests settled into an emotional silence. There were the ladies from the cafe, lifelong neighbors, children from the school, mothers supported by the foundation that now bore Amelia's name. No one could hide the emotion of seeing that story, marked by pain and overcoming, culminate in such a simple, yet grand moment. Julian, dressed in a light gray suit, waited beside the officiant, with sweaty hands and a pounding heart. He looked at the garden and remembered every step to that moment. The ambitious young man who left, the empty man who returned, and the father who finally found himself. He knew none of that would have been possible without her strength. Amelia was his spring after the longest winter of his life. In the distance, soft music began to play, and then the twins appeared. Leo, as cheerful as ever, came skipping among the petals scattered on the ground. Max, more serious, carried the ring pillow as if it were a treasure. Both wore small gray suits that made them look even more like their dad. Upon reaching the altar, Julian's eyes filled with tears. They smiled proudly as if to say, "You made it, Dad, and so did we." Amelia appeared shortly after in a simple white dress, her hair loose, and a crown of natural flowers. There was no luxury or ostentation, but there was beauty, a serene beauty that comes from the soul. She walked slowly, her gaze fixed on Julian's, as if the world around them had disappeared. As they met, he whispered, "You are my miracle." She, smiling, replied, "You are my choice." The officiant's words were barely heard. The glances between them, the shared smiles, their intertwined fingers, all spoke for themselves. When it was time for the vows, Julian took a deep breath and said, "I don't promise perfection, but I promise presence every day. In the good times and in the difficult ones, I promise to love not only you, but every step of our children, because now we are one." Amelia, her voice breaking, replied, "I promise to forgive you every time the past tries to scare us, and to love you every time the present reminds us that it was worth fighting for. You came back, and now I know we will never be alone again." When they exchanged rings, and the kiss sealed the union, the entire square stood to applaud. There were tears on almost every face, even on the old baker's, who was almost never moved. The children ran to hug them, and the image of that united quartet under a flowered sky remained in everyone's hearts. After the ceremony, a simple banquet was served. The children ran through the garden, the adults danced with flowers in their hair, and Julian, with Max in his arms and Leo clinging to his arm, laughed as he hadn't laughed in a long time. Amelia watched him from afar with a calm smile. She knew that now everything was real, that after all, they had triumphed. Spring arrived not only on the calendar, but in their hearts. And in that small town, where love survived time, silence, and broken promises, life flourished again as only it does when watered with truth. What was your favorite moment in Julian and Amelia's journey? Rate this story from 0 to 10 in the comments, and let us know what made it special for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more unforgettable stories.
The morning sun cast a golden glow over the small suburban town where life moved at a peaceful pace. Nestled on a quiet street stood a modest house, the home of Sophia Grayson, a 25-year-old art teacher with a passion for creativity and a deep love for her father, Daniel. A retired carpenter, Daniel filled their home with handcrafted furniture that spoke of his skill and care. For Sophia, life was simple but fulfilling, teaching children at the local school, painting in her small studio, and spending evenings laughing with her father over cups of chamomile tea. To her, life was simple until one morning shattered that peace. A loud crash from the living room sent her heart racing. Sophia rushed in, only to see her father, Daniel, sprawled on the floor, clutching his chest as pain etched every line of his face. "Dad, no! Stay with me," Sophia cried, her voice trembling as she knelt beside him, her mind racing with fear. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Daniel was rushed to the nearest hospital. There, the grim reality set in. He had a severe heart condition requiring immediate surgery. The doctor's words were clear. Without it, his chances were slim. The cost of the procedure, however, was staggering: far beyond what Sophia could afford on her modest salary. That night, as Sophia sat beside her father's hospital bed, watching him sleep peacefully, a heavy sense of helplessness enveloped her. She vowed to do whatever it took to save him, even if it meant sacrificing the world she had always known. Sophia worked tirelessly in the days following her father's hospitalization. She took on extra art classes, reached out to friends for loans, and even considered selling their home, a place filled with memories of her mother's laughter and her father's handiwork. Yet, despite her efforts, the overwhelming cost of the surgery remained insurmountable. It was during this time that she met Ethan Montgomery, a prominent local entrepreneur known for his philanthropic efforts. He visited Sophia's school one afternoon to deliver a speech at a charity event. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Ethan exuded an air of authority and composure. During the meet and greet, his sharp eyes lingered on Sophia, who stood at the back of the room, her face etched with exhaustion. Later that evening, as Sophia gathered her art supplies, Ethan approached her. "Miss Grayson," he began in a calm, deliberate tone, "I couldn't help but notice you seemed, preoccupied. Is there something troubling you?" Sophia hesitated, but eventually shared her father's condition and her desperate attempts to gather the funds for his surgery. Ethan listened intently, his expression unreadable. "I may be able to help," he said finally, his voice steady, "but I have a condition." Sophia blinked, her heart skipping a beat. "What condition?" Ethan paused before replying. "My son, Noah. He needs a wife. If you agree to marry him, I'll cover all the costs of your father's surgery." Sophia stared at him, stunned. The words hung in the air, impossible to grasp. Ethan went on to explain that Noah, 28, had lost his voice in a childhood boating accident and had since lived a reclusive life at the Montgomery estate. He needed companionship, someone who could bring light into his isolated world. Sophia felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her. Marry a stranger? The very idea seemed inconceivable. Yet every time she thought of her father lying in that stark hospital bed, the pain in her heart overpowered her hesitation. "I'll give you time to think," Ethan said, leaving her alone with her thoughts. That night, Sophia stared at the ceiling, her mind racing. By morning, she had made her choice. The following week, a black limousine arrived outside Sophia's small home to take her to the Montgomery estate where the marriage would take place. The ceremony was starkly different from anything she had ever imagined for herself. No flowing white gown, no joyous guests, only a quiet exchange of vows in the sprawling garden behind the mansion. Sophia stood under a massive oak tree, clutching a small bouquet of white lilies. Across from her was Noah Montgomery, a man she had never met until today. He was tall, with sharp features and a somber demeanor. His dark eyes held an emptiness that matched his silence, and, when it was his turn to vow, he simply nodded in agreement. Sophia's own voice trembled as she whispered, "I do." As soon as the ceremony ended, Noah walked away without a word, leaving Sophia standing alone amidst the grandeur of the estate. She glanced around, taking in the towering walls of the mansion and the meticulously maintained gardens. It all felt so cold, so distant. Nothing like the warmth of her modest home. Inside, the mansion was equally imposing. High ceilings, marble floors, and antique furnishings radiated wealth, but lacked the soul of a real home. Sophia was shown to her room on the second floor, far down the corridor from Noah's. She wondered if this was how their life would be, two strangers living under one roof, bound by a contract instead of love. Days turned into weeks, and their interactions were sparse. Noah rarely spoke, relying on handwritten notes to communicate. Each morning, Sophia would find a small piece of paper on the dining table. "Do you prefer tea or coffee?" Or, "I'll be working in the study today." The brevity of his words left her longing for something deeper, something real. Yet, despite the distance, Noah's actions began to speak louder than his silence. One morning, Sophia struggled to open a jammed door in the living room. Just as frustration overtook her, Noah appeared, quietly stepping in to help. His strong hands pushed the door open with ease, and before she could thank him, he was gone. Another time, during a particularly rainy afternoon, Sophia stood on the porch, waiting for the downpour to subside. Without a word, Noah appeared beside her, holding a large umbrella. He shielded her from the rain, even as it drenched his own shoulders. Sophia glanced at him, her heart stirring at the quiet thoughtfulness in his gesture. She began to notice other small acts, how he ensured her favorite tea was always stocked, or how he left a book on her desk that he thought she might enjoy. Slowly, the walls of isolation began to crack, revealing a man who cared deeply but expressed it in the only way he knew how. Sophia found herself wondering about Noah's world, the pain he must have endured, the loneliness he carried. And though she had entered this marriage as a sacrifice for her father, a new emotion began to take root in her heart, curiosity, tinged with the faintest hope for something more. One crisp autumn morning, Sophia found a note on the kitchen table in Noah's neat handwriting. "Follow me." Intrigued, she tucked the paper into her pocket and made her way through the grand, silent halls of the Montgomery estate. Noah led her to a set of tall wooden doors she hadn't noticed before. With a soft creak, he pushed them open, revealing an expansive library. The room was bathed in golden light from the towering windows, and rows upon rows of books stretched up to the high ceiling. Sophia's breath caught at the beauty of it. Noah approached the center table with deliberate steps, pulling out a chair and motioning for her to join him. Sophia hesitated, then picked a book from a nearby shelf, feeling the soft hum of quiet anticipation between them. As they read, their silent communication through notes transformed into something meaningful, a rhythm unique to them, a quiet melody only they could hear. He would read her note, his dark eyes lighting up as he scribbled a brief reply. Though no words were spoken aloud, Sophia felt a connection begin to form. She realized that Noah wasn't as distant as he seemed. He simply communicated in a language of quiet actions and unspoken understanding. Later that day, a sudden downpour blanketed the estate. Sophia stood by the window, watching the rain blur the edges of the sprawling garden. Without thinking, she stepped outside, letting the cool drops wash over her as she tried to make sense of the emotions stirring within her. Moments later, Noah appeared beside her, holding a large umbrella. He extended it over her, shielding her from the rain. As the water drenched his own clothes, he stood silently, his expression calm yet resolute. Sophia glanced at him, her heart skipping a beat. "You'll catch a cold," she whispered. Noah shook his head slightly, offering a faint, reassuring smile. In that fleeting moment, Sophia understood that Noah's love was not loud or dramatic. It was steady and constant, woven into the quiet gestures that spoke volumes without a single word. She realized that perhaps she had been wrong to dismiss him as cold or detached. Beneath his silence lay a depth of feeling that she was only beginning to uncover. Life at the Montgomery estate continued at its quiet, steady rhythm, and Sophia found herself growing more accustomed to Noah's silent yet thoughtful presence. However, their fragile peace was soon disrupted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. One morning, as Sophia prepared tea in the kitchen, the sound of a car pulling up the long driveway drew her attention. Moments later, a confident voice echoed through the grand foyer. Clara Bennett, a striking woman with sharp features and an air of sophistication, stepped into the estate with the poise of someone accustomed to being noticed. Clara's sharp gaze swept over Sophia, dissecting her with a confidence that could cut like glass. "You must be Mrs. Montgomery," she said, her lips curving into a calculated smile. "Interesting choice, isn't it? I wonder how well you fit into this world." Sophia bristled but managed a polite nod. "And you are?" "I'm Clara," she replied, her voice smooth. "Noah and I go way back." Her gaze lingered on Sophia, her words calculated to unsettle. "I must admit, I never thought he'd settle for a marriage like this." Clara's presence immediately filled the room with tension. Over the next hour, she lingered in the living room, casually recounting memories of her past with Noah. Her words were sharp, each one designed to plant seeds of doubt in Sophia's mind. That evening, Sophia found a note slipped under her bedroom door in Noah's familiar handwriting. "Don't worry about Clara. I chose you." Sophia traced her fingers over the words, a small smile tugging at her lips. Still, Clara's visit left a lingering shadow of uncertainty in her heart. What did she and Noah share that Sophia could never understand? The morning of the surgery dawned cold and gray, mirroring the weight in Sophia's heart. She sat in the sterile hospital waiting room, her hands clasped tightly together as her eyes remained fixed on the double doors leading to the operating theater. Beside her, Noah sat silently, his presence steady and reassuring. Though he said nothing, the warmth of his quiet companionship eased some of her fear. Hours passed like an eternity. Finally, the doors swung open, and the surgeon emerged, pulling down his mask to reveal a kind smile. "The surgery was successful," he announced. "Your father will recover with proper care and rest." Sophia felt a wave of relief so powerful it brought tears to her eyes. She covered her face with her hands, sobbing softly. "Thank you," she whispered, over and over. Turning to Noah, she saw his lips curve into a faint smile. Though he didn't speak, the understanding in his gaze spoke volumes. He had been there for her, unwavering, in one of the most difficult moments of her life. Later that evening, Sophia helped her father settle into his hospital room. Daniel, still groggy but stable, smiled weakly at her. "You've done so much for me," he murmured. "I don't know how to thank you." Sophia glanced at Noah, standing quietly in the corner of the room. She realized then that she wasn't alone in her sacrifices. Noah's presence, his quiet strength, had become an anchor she hadn't known she needed. After the surgery, Sophia devoted herself to caring for her father at home. With Daniel's condition improving each day, their small house felt alive again, filled with the warmth of shared meals and quiet conversations. Yet, despite the joy of her father's recovery, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The Montgomery estate loomed large in her thoughts, not because of its grandeur, but because of the quiet presence she had left behind. She missed the soft notes left on the kitchen table, the steady companionship during long, silent afternoons, and, most of all, the unspoken bond that had begun to grow between her and Noah. One afternoon, as she tidied the house, Sophia noticed an envelope tucked into her bag. She pulled it out, recognizing Noah's familiar handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper. "Sophia, now that your father has recovered, I feel I no longer have a reason to keep you at the estate. You're free to choose your path. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. I only hope you find the happiness you deserve." Sophia's hands trembled as she read the letter. The calm words seemed final, but in the faint smudge at the corner of the page, she imagined the hesitation with which Noah had written it. For all his silence, his sorrow was palpable. The next day, Sophia stood before the towering gates of the Montgomery estate. She hesitated briefly, her heart pounding, before pushing them open and stepping inside. The halls were just as she remembered, quiet, imposing, but this time they didn't feel cold. Noah was in the study when she found him, seated by the window with a book in his hands. He looked up, startled, as Sophia entered. "You don't need to write me any more letters," she said softly, her voice trembling. Noah's dark eyes filled with unspoken questions. Before he could react, Sophia stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his shoulder. "You don't need to say anything," she whispered, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "I understand now." For a moment, Noah stiffened in surprise, but then his arms gently encircled her, pulling her close. In that quiet embrace, Sophia felt the truth she had been searching for. Love didn't always need words. Sometimes it was enough to simply be there. After her father's recovery, Sophia found herself back at the Montgomery estate. She had returned not out of obligation, but because of the bond she couldn't deny. The quiet connection that had grown between her and Noah. This time, she wasn't filled with doubt, but with hope for the life they could build together. The days passed with a newfound sense of warmth in the once cold mansion. Noah, though still silent, expressed his care through thoughtful actions. Each morning, Sophia would find a note waiting for her on the dining table. "Good morning. The garden is blooming. Let's take a walk." One day, as they walked together through the sprawling gardens, Noah gently took her hand. For the first time, he wrote something more personal on his notepad. "Thank you for coming back." Sophia smiled, her eyes brimming with tears. "I didn't come back just for you," she said, squeezing his hand. "I came back for us." Weeks turned into months, and their quiet companionship grew into a deeper love. Sophia introduced more warmth to the estate, repainting rooms, planting flowers, and inviting her father to visit often. The mansion, once a symbol of isolation, began to feel like home. One sunny afternoon, Noah surprised Sophia with a renovation project in one of the mansion's smaller rooms. He had transformed it into an art studio, complete with easels, shelves filled with supplies, and a large window overlooking the garden. When Sophia saw it, her breath caught. "This is incredible," she whispered, looking at him with awe. Noah handed her a note. "Your creativity deserves a space to shine. I want you to feel free here." Sophia embraced him tightly, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You've given me so much," she said. "Now it's my turn." Not long after, Sophia discovered she was pregnant. When she told Noah, his eyes widened in surprise before a rare, bright smile spread across his face. From that moment, he became even more attentive, carefully preparing for their child's arrival. Together, they painted the nursery, picked out books, and even built a wooden crib with Daniel's help. Spring brought life back to the Montgomery estate, where the laughter of family mingled with the whispers of blooming flowers. Though Noah never spoke, every gesture of his became a quiet testament to a love that needed no words. A love that Sophia now cherished as the anchor of her world. For Sophia, love was no longer a question. It was a certainty that echoed in every shared moment, every gesture, and every heartbeat they experienced together. Their story wasn't perfect, but it was theirs, built on quiet understanding, unwavering support, and a love that needed no words. The September wind howled through the towering buildings of San Francisco, carrying the crisp bite of autumn. Evelyn Carter, a brilliant artificial intelligence scientist, clutched her research documents tightly as she stepped out of the taxi in front of the Valencia Grand Hotel. She had come to attend the year's biggest biomedical technology conference, where she was set to present her groundbreaking work on AI-driven regenerative medicine. But the moment she reached the front desk, she knew something was wrong. I'm sorry, but according to our system, you've already checked in an hour ago. Evelyn frowned. That's impossible. I just arrived from Seattle. The receptionist double-checked, confirming that her room had been mistakenly assigned to someone else. A security guard was called to accompany her upstairs to investigate. When the door swung open, the sight inside made Evelyn freeze. A tall man with tousled dark hair stood by the window, his dress shirt unbuttoned at the collar. On the desk, a laptop hummed softly amid stacks of financial reports. "What's going on?" His voice was deep and commanding. "It seems this room has been mistakenly assigned to both of you," the security guard explained. The man turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Evelyn before softening slightly. "Evelyn Carter?" She stiffened. "You know me?" "Of course. I'm Theo Sterling." Evelyn's pulse skipped a beat. Theo Sterling, CEO of Sterling Dynamics, a powerhouse in AI and big data analytics. A man known not just for his wealth, but for his ruthless acquisitions in the tech world. "I've read your research. It's quite impressive." A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Looks like the hotel just gave us an early reason to meet." Evelyn wasn't sure whether this was fortune or trouble, but one thing was certain: this would be no ordinary encounter. Evelyn couldn't deny that meeting Theo Sterling had caught her off guard, but what unsettled her more was the unexpected invitation that followed. "I want to hear more about your research." Theo's voice was smooth over the phone. "Dinner at Skyview? 8 p.m.? Evelyn checked the time. She had exactly 1 hour to prepare. She wasn't sure what made her accept. Maybe curiosity, or maybe it was the way Theo's gaze, cold yet mesmerizing, seemed to challenge her. Whatever the reason, an hour later, she stepped into Skyview, a rooftop restaurant where city lights glittered like diamonds against the night sky. Theo was already there, exuding effortless confidence. As she approached, he stood and pulled out her chair, a gesture so unexpectedly chivalrous that it left her momentarily speechless. "So," he poured wine into her glass, his eyes never leaving hers. "What made you pursue AI in regenerative medicine?" Evelyn slowly relaxed as she spoke about her passion. Artificial intelligence isn't just about algorithms. If we can teach it to understand cellular regeneration, we can heal injuries that were once considered irreversible. Theo listened intently, occasionally posing questions that forced her to think in ways she hadn't before. She was surprised by how easy it felt to talk to him, how natural. But it wasn't just the conversation. Something between them had shifted. As dinner wound down, neither of them made a move to leave. When Theo handed her the wine list, his fingers brushed against her wrist. Just a fleeting touch, but it sent a pulse of electricity through her. "Do you feel it?" His voice was low. Evelyn swallowed. "Feel what?" That this wasn't just a coincidence. His gaze darkened, deep and unreadable. A shiver ran down Evelyn's spine, not from fear, but from something else entirely. They left the restaurant together. As the elevator carried them to the top floor of the hotel, the charged silence between them was almost unbearable. The moment the doors slid open, Evelyn barely had time to take a breath before Theo pulled her into a kiss, urgent, demanding, as if he'd been waiting all night for this. She didn't resist. She didn't want to. By the time they reached his suite, all reason had dissolved. Clothes were discarded, hands and lips traced desperate paths across heated skin. Every touch, every whispered breath was a symphony of need and surrender. That night, they gave in to the pull between them, completely, unreservedly. Evelyn didn't know if this was the beginning of something or just a reckless detour, but one thing was certain: this was a night she would never forget. The next morning, Evelyn woke up tangled in Theo's sheets, the golden light of dawn spilling through the windows. For a moment, everything felt surreal. She watched Theo, still asleep, his breathing steady. Part of her wanted to stay, to see where this could lead, but reality pressed in. She had a flight to catch, a career waiting for her in Seattle. Slipping out of bed, she dressed quietly, leaving behind only the lingering scent of her perfume and the memory of a night that had shaken her to the core. Evelyn left San Francisco with her mind in turmoil. She had tried to focus on her research, but the memory of that night with Theo lingered in ways she couldn't quite explain. Back in Seattle, she buried herself in work, spending long hours in the lab, running AI models and refining her algorithms. But a few weeks later, something felt off. She was more exhausted than usual. Waves of nausea hit her unexpectedly, and the scent of coffee, her daily lifeline, now made her stomach turn. She had suspicions, but it wasn't until Rachel, her best friend, commented, "You look pale, Evelyn. Are you sure you're not sick?" that she truly began to worry. One early morning, with trembling hands, she held a pregnancy test and waited. When the two pink lines appeared unmistakably clear, the world tilted on its axis. She was pregnant. She had braced herself for this possibility, yet when it became real, she was still utterly overwhelmed. And when she went in for a checkup, the news became even more shocking. She was carrying twins. Sitting in her car after the appointment, she stared at the ultrasound images. Two tiny lives growing inside her, the result of one night, one moment she never imagined would change everything. But what about Theo? She hadn't spoken to him since leaving San Francisco. She had no idea if he would want to know. He was one of the most powerful CEOs in the tech industry, constantly traveling between meetings and billion-dollar acquisitions. Did he even want to be a father? She hesitated for a week, but then, as she skimmed through the latest news, she saw an article about a scandal involving Theo's company. That was when she realized she couldn't keep this from him any longer. She dialed his number, her pulse pounding as the line rang. "Evelyn?" His voice was deep, slightly surprised as he answered. She took a steadying breath. "We need to talk, and you might want to sit down for this." There was a brief silence before he responded. "I'm in Michigan, but I'll be on the next flight to Seattle." She didn't know what made him decide so quickly, but less than 24 hours later, Theo Sterling was at her doorstep, his piercing gaze full of unspoken questions. Evelyn opened the door, her heart pounding as she took in the sight of Theo standing there. He looked as impeccable as always, dark suit crisp, presence commanding, but his eyes held a tension she had never seen before. "Can I come in?" His voice was low, unwavering. She nodded, stepping aside as he entered. The small space of her apartment suddenly felt suffocating with his presence. "Do you want something to drink?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "No," he met her gaze. "Just tell me." Evelyn inhaled deeply before handing him the ultrasound images. Theo took them, his sharp eyes scanning the prints. For a brief moment, something softened in his expression. "Twins," he said, as if confirming it for himself. She nodded. "I wanted to tell you sooner, but I wasn't sure how you'd react." Theo was silent for a long time, staring at the images. Then he looked up, his voice steady but no longer cold. "Evelyn, I'm not the kind of man who walks away from responsibility. These children, they're ours, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure they have everything they need." She searched his face. "What does that mean?" "It means I want them to have a family, a real family. I want to marry you." Evelyn let out a short, dry laugh. "Are you asking because you want to, or because you feel like you have to?" Theo held her gaze. "Both. But most of all, I don't want to be some absent father they barely know. And I don't want you to go through this alone." She met his eyes, and for the first time since she had discovered her pregnancy, Evelyn didn't feel alone anymore. News of Evelyn Carter and Theo Sterling spread like wildfire, but not in the way they had hoped. "A rising AI genius or a calculated opportunist," one headline read. Evelyn Carter, the woman who stole Theo Sterling's heart and maybe his fortune? Evelyn's stomach twisted as she read those words. She had never wanted to be in the public eye, and now they were painting her as some kind of gold digger. But that was only the beginning. A few days later, Richard Hale, Theo's most ruthless competitor, released an old video, a recording from 8 years ago, when Theo was still an ambitious young businessman trying to make his mark. "This company is weak. We buy it, strip it for parts, and use whatever's left. Don't let emotions get in the way." The words were sharp, clinical, and intentionally edited. The media pounced on it, crafting a narrative of a cold-hearted CEO who would destroy anyone in his path. Has he really changed, or is this just another power play? A news anchor questioned. Evelyn glanced at Theo as he muted the TV, his jaw tight with tension. She knew those words weren't the full picture of the man he was, but would the world believe that? And then things got worse. A sudden internal investigation was launched at Evelyn's research center. Confidential AI medical documents, unpublished data from her studies, were allegedly leaked to Sterling Dynamics. She was summoned to a meeting, and though there was no concrete proof, the fact that she was carrying Theo's children made people suspicious. "Do you have a personal interest in sharing information with Mr. Sterling, Dr. Carter?" a board member questioned her. The accusation hit her like a slap. Everything she had built, her entire career, was now being threatened, not because of her work, but because of who she had chosen to love. But Evelyn wasn't someone who backed down. She met the board member's gaze, her voice unwavering. "This research is mine. I built it from the ground up, and I will defend it with everything I have." At the same time, Theo made a bold decision. He called for a press conference, not to deny his past, but to face it head-on. Standing before a room packed with reporters, he spoke candidly about his past mistakes. "I was once a man who only cared about winning, but people can change. I have changed." He didn't make excuses. He didn't deflect blame. Instead, he met the cameras directly. Evelyn Carter is not an opportunist. She is one of the most brilliant minds of our time. If anyone is exploiting this situation, it's the people trying to tear her down. His words ignited a storm in the media, but this time, it wasn't just another scandal. It was a battle for truth. Evelyn sat in her office watching the press conference on her screen. When Theo finished speaking, their eyes met through the broadcast. And she knew she wasn't fighting alone. The days following the press conference felt like a whirlwind. The media storm had yet to settle, and the world still had plenty to say about them. But within the quiet walls of Evelyn's apartment, there were no reporters, no accusations, just the two of them, standing together after everything they had been through. Theo had meant every word he said. He devoted every free moment to Evelyn, taking her to every prenatal checkup, listening intently to the rhythmic thump-thump of their babies' hearts. He spent hours picking out colors for the nursery, assembling cribs, carefully placing tiny stuffed animals on the shelves, transforming their once quiet apartment into a home filled with anticipation and love. For the first time in years, his world wasn't about billion-dollar deals or strategic acquisitions. It was about late-night conversations, feeling the gentle movements of their unborn children, and watching Evelyn as she dreamed of their future. But life had a way of reminding them that not everything could be planned. That night, the rain pounded against the streets of San Francisco, thunder rumbling overhead. Evelyn was home alone when the first sharp contraction hit. At first, she brushed it off as Braxton Hicks, but when the pain came again, closer, stronger, undeniable, she knew she couldn't wait. Her hands trembled as she dialed Theo's number. "Evelyn?" His voice was deep, instantly alert. "Theo, it's time!" she gasped, gripping the edge of the counter as another wave of pain rolled through her. She heard the scrape of a chair, the rush of movement. "Stay where you are, I'm coming." And then the line went dead. Outside, the storm raged on, but Theo didn't hesitate. He dropped everything, bolted into the night, and ran through the downpour. His only thought was getting to her. By the time he reached the hospital, he was drenched, but none of it mattered. Evelyn was already in labor. And just a few hours later, their twins entered the world. Two tiny beings with immeasurable strength, binding them together in a way nothing else ever could. In the dimly lit hospital room, Theo cradled his newborn son, gazing down at the small, perfect face. The boy had his dark hair, but Evelyn's gentleness in his features. He looked up at her, his voice raw with emotion. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for giving me a family." And in that moment, Theo knew. No deal, no empire, nothing in the world could compare to this. Time passed, and Theo made a decision that shocked many. He stepped down as CEO of Sterling Dynamics. handing over control to his trusted executive team. He didn't want to miss a single moment with his children. Evelyn, on the other hand, continued her research, pursuing the work she loved. But this time, she wasn't alone. No matter how far she went, she always had someone to come home to. 2 years passed in quiet happiness. Afternoons spent napping on the couch with the twins curled up in his arms. Evenings filled with laughter, walks beneath the golden sunset. Moments he had never imagined for himself, but now couldn't live without. And then, one spring evening, Theo did what he should have done long ago. Evelyn had just returned home from a long day at the lab, tired but pleased with the progress in her latest research. As she stepped into the backyard, she froze. Theo was there, kneeling in the middle of glowing lights, their 2 children standing beside him, their tiny hands clutching at his suit. He didn't speak at first, just looked at her with an intensity that held every unspoken word. "Evelyn Carter," he said, his voice steady, "you changed my life in ways I never thought possible. You gave me a home, a family, a place to belong, and now I want to spend the rest of my life proving that I belong by your side. Marry me." Their toddlers clapped excitedly, not quite understanding the moment. But for Evelyn, this was everything. She looked at the man before her, the one who had once been consumed by power and ambition but had chosen a different path. For her. For them. "Yes, Theo," she whispered, tears shimmering in her eyes. "I'll marry you." One day, when someone asked them if it had all been worth it, the struggles, the sacrifices, the battles they had fought to hold on to this love, the answer would always be yes. Because in the end, love, change, and courage had helped them overcome everything. And as the golden light of the evening filtered through the windows of their home, a family sat together, whole, complete, and missing nothing. Hawthorne Lux Hotel, New York. A chilly November evening, yet inside the grand ballroom of the Hawthorne Lux Hotel, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. Warm, vibrant, and filled with an indescribable excitement. The crystal chandeliers shimmered, casting golden light over dazzling evening gowns, glittering champagne glasses, and powerful businessmen exchanging handshakes worth millions. At the center of it all stood Nathaniel Hawthorne, CEO of the country's most prestigious luxury hotel empire. As he stepped onto the stage, clad in a flawless black Armani suit, not a single crease in sight, every movement exuded authority. He was a man accustomed to power, to control, to ensuring everything in his world was perfectly aligned. But amidst the carefully curated grandeur, one presence stood out: Catherine Sinclair. She wasn't dressed in the understated black worn by most female journalists. Instead, she had chosen an elegant emerald green silk dress, hugging her curves with effortless grace, yet remaining tastefully refined. Her chestnut brown hair cascaded in soft waves, framing a face that was sharp, perceptive. Her stormy gray eyes gleamed with amusement as she surveyed the room like a hunter assessing her prey. Catherine Sinclair didn't write dull articles about the secrets to a billionaire's success. She uncovered the truth. She exposed the hidden cracks beneath the pristine facades of corporate empires. And tonight, her target was none other than Nathaniel Hawthorne. From the shadows of the ballroom, she watched as he took the stage, addressing the press with a voice as composed as his expression. Every word was precise, measured, leaving no room for misinterpretation. But Catherine wasn't listening for his words. She was watching for the cracks. And there it was, just for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something behind his controlled gaze, a detail so small that no one else would have caught it. She took a slow sip of champagne, her lips curving into a knowing smirk. The game had begun. The post-press conference cocktail party was an extravagant affair. Crystal chandeliers cast a golden glow over silk-covered tables, where glasses of champagne shimmered under the soft light. Business moguls, politicians, and power players clustered in quiet circles, exchanging deals worth more than most people would earn in a lifetime. Deals that would never make it onto the front page. But Catherine Sinclair wasn't mingling with the crowd. She stood near the bar, a glass of wine in hand, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room like a hunter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And then she saw him. Nathaniel Hawthorne had just concluded a conversation with a high-profile investor, his expression as composed as ever, as if he had anticipated every outcome before the night even began. But the moment Catherine stepped toward him, his storm-gray eyes flickered in her direction. Not with surprise, but with recognition. She didn't waste time. "You hate the press, so why hold a press conference?" Her voice was light, almost casual, but laced with unmistakable provocation. Nathaniel turned to face her, his gaze sharp but unreadable. "I don't hate the press. I only hate inaccurate reporting." His voice was deep, steady, utterly controlled. Catherine took a slow sip of her wine, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. "Good, because I only write the truth." A brief silence stretched between them. She saw it in his eyes. The subtle shift, the quiet assessment. He wasn't irritated, he wasn't defensive, he was curious. And that intrigued her more than anything else. Nathaniel tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth hinting at a smirk. "Then I look forward to reading your article." Catherine let out a soft chuckle, swirling the wine in her glass. "Good, because I promise it'll be an interesting read." The game of wits could have gone on for hours, but Catherine knew the real battle was only just beginning. Catherine Sinclair had no intention of staying long, but she couldn't deny one thing. Her exchange with Nathaniel Hawthorne had intrigued her more than any story she had ever pursued. After their brief but charged conversation, she returned to the bar, sipping her drink slowly, her mind still analyzing every subtle reaction he had given her. Across the room, Nathaniel was watching her too. He wasn't the kind of man easily rattled by sharp eyes or a well-placed remark. He had faced countless people who had tried to probe, challenge, or manipulate him. But Catherine was different. She wasn't in a rush. She wasn't trying to gain his favor. Instead, she was studying him, as if she were already predicting his next move. She didn't have to wait long. Nathaniel broke away from the crowd and walked toward her, whiskey in hand. His voice was smooth, effortlessly confident as he spoke, just as she was taking another sip of champagne. "Do journalists not have working hours?" Catherine turned, her lips curving slightly. "And what about CEOs? Shouldn't you be busy reviewing revenue reports instead of standing here arguing with me?" Nathaniel laughed, a real laugh, not the polite, calculated one reporters usually captured. And that alone made Catherine even more intrigued. Their conversation continued, each sentence a carefully played move. From the hotel industry to the absurdities of high society, no topic was off limits. When Catherine mocked wealthy businessmen for owning 6 identical suits just to maintain a sense of perfection, Nathaniel merely arched a brow, amusement flickering in his gaze. "Maybe I own 6 identical suits," he mused. Catherine propped her elbow on the bar, her expression teasing. "Then tell me, don't you think perfection can be a little boring?" Nathaniel took a slow sip of whiskey, his voice even. Not when it belongs to someone who knows how to use it. Catherine chuckled, but this time she couldn't deny one thing. Nathaniel Hawthorne was not like the men she had met before. One drink, then two, then three. Words turned into challenges, glances into silent invitations. By the time the fifth cocktail arrived in front of her, Catherine felt the edges of the night blur, but she still remembered his eyes, steady and unreadable, watching her like he had been waiting for this moment all along. That night, they crossed a line, and Catherine wasn't entirely sure who had really won this game. The early morning light filtered through the thick curtains, casting a soft golden glow across the pristine white sheets. Catherine Sinclair stirred slightly, her head heavy from the effects of too much wine the night before. But just as she was about to pull the covers over her head and drift back into sleep, something felt off. The bed was too soft. Not hers. The scent lingering in the air was different too. It wasn't the familiar aroma of morning coffee in her apartment. It was something richer, warmer, sandalwood, mixed with something undeniably masculine. Her eyes snapped open, and then she saw him. Nathaniel Hawthorne. He lay beside her, one arm draped lazily over the sheets, his dark hair slightly tousled, yet still annoyingly perfect. Catherine held her breath, her gaze flickering across the vast hotel suite. A green dress draped over a chair, high heels discarded near the door, a silk tie wrapped around the armrest of a chair. Fragments of last night surfaced, a knowing smirk, low laughter against her skin, heated whispers in the dark. Damn it. Catherine wasn't the kind of woman who panicked, but as she glanced at the man sleeping beside her, flawless, untouchable, something inside her shifted. But she also wasn't the kind to get tangled up with a powerful CEO like Nathaniel Hawthorne. She needed to leave before this turned into something far more complicated. Without a sound, she slipped out of bed, finding her dress and sliding it on in one swift motion. Her purse was resting on a nearby table, and just as she reached for it, she hesitated. A notepad and pen sat beside it. 1 second later, she put the pen down, leaving behind a short, unapologetic message. Thanks for a fun night. No flowery words, no lingering ties. She smoothed out her dress, fixed her hair, and without another glance back, slipped out the door, closing it behind her without a sound. Nathaniel Hawthorne hated mornings. They always arrived too early, too bright, and dragged in endless meetings. But today, something was worse than the morning itself. She was gone. He groggily opened his eyes, his head still heavy from last night's whiskey. As he turned over, he expected to find warm, tangled sheets, the presence of the woman who had intrigued him far more than he wanted to admit. Instead, there was only empty space. And a note. Nathaniel picked it up, scanning over the 8 words. Short, dismissive, laced with defiance. Thanks for a fun night. Leaning back against the headboard, he ran a hand through his hair, the other gripping the note. For the first time in his life, he was the one left behind. Women never walked away first, and yet, she had disappeared as if last night had meant absolutely nothing. A slow smirk tugged at his lips, amusement flickering in his stormy gaze. Catherine Sinclair, do you really think you can just walk away? Nathaniel Hawthorne didn't like losing, and that only made him want to see her even more. Catherine Sinclair had no intention of seeing Nathaniel Hawthorne again. But fate, or more accurately, Nathaniel himself, had other plans. That evening, she attended one of New York's most exclusive charity galas, a place where the elite spent hundreds of thousands on art, wine, or luxury vacations just to flaunt their wealth. Catherine wasn't there to enjoy it. She was there to observe, to catch the details others missed. And then she saw him. Nathaniel stood in the center of the room, effortlessly commanding attention. In a crisp black tuxedo, he looked every bit the king among his court. His eyes met hers for just a second, a knowing look, as if he had been expecting her. Catherine was about to turn away, but at that moment the event host stepped onto the stage, announcing one of the night's most exciting auction items. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, an exclusive luxury trip to Italy, private jet travel, 5-star accommodations, exquisite dining with Michelin-starred chefs, and exclusive access to some of the world's most luxurious resorts. Bidding starts at $50,000. Catherine barely paid attention until she heard a calm, unwavering voice cut through the room. 250,000. She whipped around. Nathaniel. What the hell? The entire ballroom fell silent. No one dared to outbid him. 250,000, going once, going twice. Sold to Mr. Nathaniel Hawthorne. Applause erupted. Nathaniel smiled, a slow, deliberate smirk, his eyes locked onto Catherine's. And then the host added one final line. And as per tradition, the winner must now announce who they'll be taking on this exclusive getaway. A terrible feeling settled in Catherine's stomach. Nathaniel casually set his drink down before picking up the microphone. I believe this trip would be far more interesting with Catherine Sinclair. And if she refuses, well, she does love a challenge, doesn't she? The room erupted in murmurs. Catherine nearly dropped her champagne. Nathaniel's gaze never wavered. Sharp, unreadable, but holding the slightest hint of amusement. He had just forced her into going. Catherine gripped her glass tighter, inhaling deeply. All right, Nathaniel, you want to play? Let's play. 3 days later, a private jet touched down in Florence, Italy. Catherine stepped off the aircraft, the warm Italian breeze brushing against her skin as golden sunlight bathed the historic city. She took a deep breath, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that she wasn't here by choice. Nathaniel Hawthorne followed right behind her, effortlessly composed, as if this were just another routine business trip. When their eyes met, he smirked. Welcome to Italy, Catherine. She tightened her grip on her bag. Don't expect a thank you just yet. Nathaniel didn't need to say a word. With effortless control, he led her to the waiting limousine, leaving her no room to argue. Catherine didn't like this feeling. She didn't like how smoothly Nathaniel manipulated situations, never outright forcing her, yet never giving her an easy way out either. But she had no intention of letting him win this game so easily. That evening, they sat at a rooftop restaurant overlooking Florence, city lights twinkling against the deep red of their wine glasses. Catherine leaned back, swirling her wine as she watched Nathaniel. So, tell me, what do you really want from me? Nathaniel set his glass down, tracing a finger along the rim. I think you already know the answer. She raised an eyebrow. I want to hear you say it. Nathaniel leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp but unhurried. I enjoy this game, Catherine, but I don't play for fun. I play to win. Her heartbeat faltered, not from fear, but because she knew exactly what he meant. The tension between them was electric, charged with an unspoken challenge, a danger neither of them could ignore. And she knew, after tonight, she was no longer just an observer. She was officially in the game. Catherine didn't know exactly when things spiraled out of control. Maybe it was their first night in Florence when Nathaniel took her to an exclusive private gathering of financial elites, where billion-dollar deals were sealed over nothing more than a handshake and a glass of wine. Or maybe it was the next afternoon when they left Florence for Venice, where Nathaniel had arranged a private gondola ride along the Grand Canal. Catherine had scoffed. Really? A CEO like you does romance? Nathaniel had merely tilted his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. Maybe I just want to see how long you can resist. At the time, she never thought she would fall. But in that moment, as the Venice sunset painted the sky in shades of crimson, as Nathaniel reached out to brush a stray strand of hair from her face, as he looked at her with an intensity that was no longer part of their game, Catherine knew. She had gone too far, and for the first time, she wasn't sure if she wanted to go back. Catherine Sinclair didn't believe in promises. She had built her entire career on exposing illusions, on proving that fairy tale romances were nothing more than scripted lies. Men like Nathaniel Hawthorne, rich, powerful, dangerous, weren't the kind of men who loved. And yet here she was, standing in one of the most romantic cities in the world, facing the one man she had sworn never to fall for. And he was kneeling in front of her. It all started at a charity auction in Milan, their final stop on this trip. The evening was extravagant, filled with sky-high bids, luxury wines, and powerful elites pretending to care about philanthropy when all they really wanted was to assert their status. Catherine wasn't surprised. This was the world she knew all too well. But then, a special auction item was introduced. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our final item of the night, an exquisite blue diamond ring, a one-of-a-color design crafted by one of Italy's finest artisans. The starting bid, $200,000. Catherine paid no attention until she heard a deep, decisive voice cut through the room. 500,000. Her head snapped up. Nathaniel, what the hell? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, all eyes turning toward him in curiosity. Even the auctioneer seemed momentarily stunned at the immediate double bid. No one dared to outbid him. 500,000 going once, going twice. Sold to Mr. Nathaniel Hawthorne. Applause erupted. Nathaniel smiled, as if he had planned this all along. Catherine crossed her arms, her gaze sharp. What exactly do you plan to do with that ring? It doesn't suit you. Nathaniel lifted his wine glass, his gray bouleau eyes gleaming with something unreadable. Who said it was for me? A sinking feeling crept up Catherine's spine. And before she could react, Nathaniel dropped to one knee, right there in the middle of the gala, under the stunned gazes of hundreds of guests. The entire room fell silent. Nathaniel opened a velvet box, revealing the breathtaking blue diamond ring. The light reflected off the gemstone, illuminating the composed yet determined look on his face as he gazed up at her. Catherine Sinclair, will you marry me? Catherine completely froze, her heartbeat slammed against her ribs. Was this a joke? Another one of his power moves? Or was it something far more dangerous? Something real? A trap so sophisticated she hadn't even seen it coming. But when she looked into Nathaniel's eyes, she didn't see calculation. She didn't see a man playing a game of strategy. She saw a man who genuinely wanted her. And for the first time in her life, Catherine didn't know what to do. Catherine didn't answer right away. Not because she didn't know the answer, but because she wasn't sure if she had the courage to say it. The entire room seemed to hold its breath, hundreds of eyes fixed on her, waiting for the reaction of Catherine Sinclair, the journalist who always had an answer for everything, but right now she didn't. Nathaniel Hawthorne remained on one knee, composed, yet his gaze was no longer that of a man playing a game. Catherine inhaled sharply, trying to steady the erratic rhythm of her heart. She could say no. She could walk away, return to her life, continue being the independent journalist who belonged to no one. But did she really want to? Nathaniel had never been like any man she had met before. He didn't fear her sharp wit. He never dodged her difficult questions, and most importantly, he never once tried to change her. It was almost unsettling to realize that, of all the people she had known, Nathaniel Hawthorne might be the one who understood her best. Are you sure? Her voice finally broke the silence, soft yet weighty. Nathaniel arched a brow. What do you mean? She held his gaze. Are you sure you want to marry someone who will never submit to you? Someone who will keep digging for the truth, keep questioning, keep challenging you? Nathaniel let out a quiet laugh, as if the question amused him rather than concerned him. I don't want someone who submits, Catherine. I want someone who stands beside me. Her heart skipped a beat, not because his words were sweet or poetic, but because she believed them. And so, in the middle of a grand gala, under the stunned gazes of the elite, Catherine Sinclair nodded. Nathaniel smiled then, a real smile, unguarded and genuine. He slipped the ring onto her finger, then pulled her close, whispering against her lips before they finally met. Welcome to the real game.
The shattered vow. Sarah Miller never imagined her life would descend into a scene so devastating, so utterly humiliating, that it would leave an indelible mark on her soul. She had rehearsed this moment countless times in her head, composed, delivering the news calmly, prepared for surprise, perhaps even discomfort. But nothing had prepared her for the reaction she received. She stood in the elegant glass and steel office of Brightstone Investments, her fingers nervously clutching the small ultrasound photo in her pocket. The morning sun streamed through the panoramic windows behind the imposing mahogany desk, where David Coleman sat in his characteristic custom-made navy suit, flipping through financial reports as if nothing in the world could faze him. Her heart pounded as she cleared her throat, barely able to find her voice. "David," she began, her voice trembling in a way she hadn't anticipated. "I'm pregnant." The words hung in the air like thunder, sudden and sharp, cutting through the room's calm stillness. He didn't look up at first. When he finally did, his piercing blue eyes met hers, but they held no warmth, no surprise, no joy, only calculation. Seconds stretched into silence until he leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands, and said, almost lazily, "I will never marry you." No emotion, no questions, just that. Cold, dismissive, definitive. Sarah felt the air leave her lungs. The man she thought she knew, the man she had loved despite every red flag and every warning from her own instincts, was gone. Or perhaps he had never truly existed. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. There was nothing to say. Her mind raced, searching for logic, a reason, some vestige of the man who once whispered she meant more to him than any business or title. Instead, she was looking at someone entirely different, someone indifferent, impenetrable, and ruthlessly distant. He didn't ask whose it was. He didn't ask how far along she was. He didn't ask if she was okay. He simply stood up, adjusted his jacket cuffs, and said, "This conversation is over." She wanted to scream, to cry, to demand acknowledgement. But something deep within her, something deeper than pride, kept her motionless. She nodded once, turned, and walked out of the office with her back straight, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. As the elevator doors closed behind her, her vision blurred with tears, but her face remained serene. She knew in that moment that she was utterly alone, yet she also knew she would survive. Not for him, not for the past, but for the life growing inside her. The days that followed were a blur of silence, cold rain, and crushing reality. Sarah packed her belongings and left London without telling anyone. The lease for her apartment was in David's company name. She couldn't bear the thought of staying there another night, breathing the same air that had once smelled like home, but now only reeked of betrayal. She moved to a small town 2 hours away, the same one where she had grown up, quiet and detached from the chaos of the corporate world. She hadn't been there in years, but the streets felt familiar enough for her to feel like she could at least breathe again. She rented a modest one-bedroom apartment above an old bookstore and began working remotely, taking on small freelance design projects at night while morning sickness ravaged her body. Each day was harder than the last. There were no calls from David, no attempts to find her, no messages asking if she was okay. The rejection hurt more than she allowed herself to admit. She cried most nights alone in her narrow bed, clutching the ultrasound photo to her chest as her belly slowly began to swell. The loneliness was suffocating, yet she pressed on. She attended all her doctor's appointments alone, checked off prenatal vitamin lists, and tried to eat as best she could. Her heart ached, not only from the absence of love, but also from the overwhelming pressure of doing this alone. She had no family to lean on. Her mother had passed away 2 years prior after a long battle with cancer, and her father had been absent since she was a child. There was no one but her, and the 2 tiny lives silently forming within her. In her second trimester, the doctor confirmed she was having twins. She had smiled when she saw them clearly on the screen. 2 tiny profiles, little arms moving independently, 2 separate heartbeats, strong and fast. It was a brief moment of hope in an otherwise gray existence. She left that appointment clutching the printed ultrasound photos tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not from fear this time, but from something closer to awe. Whatever happened, she had them, and that had to be enough. As the weeks turned into months, her body grew heavier and more tired. She still worked long hours because medical bills quickly accumulated, and insurance barely covered the essentials. Some nights, she fell asleep with her laptop open beside her, her entire body aching. But she refused to give in. She kept a notebook on her nightstand where she wrote letters to her daughters. She didn't know their names yet, but she wrote to them as if they were already here, as if they could hear her voice in the silence. She wouldn't let herself think about David. When his name entered her mind, she pushed it away. The man who had once made her feel seen had vanished like a ghost. There was no point mourning someone who had already chosen to disappear. Her focus had to be on the babies and surviving each day until they arrived. But even as she tried to let go, something in her chest remained bruised, not broken, but wounded in a way that would take time to understand. And so, she pressed on, quiet and determined, unaware that fate was already working to bring their worlds together again in a way neither of them could have imagined. Do you think David deserves a second chance to know his daughters? Or did his ego condemn him forever? Leave your comment and subscribe so you don't miss the conclusion of this story. When Sarah reached her 8th month, exhaustion had become her constant companion. The swelling in her legs made it difficult to stand for extended periods, and sharp lower back pains forced her to sleep sitting up most nights. Though she rarely complained aloud, her doctor began to note signs of concern during her weekly checkups. The babies weren't gaining weight as quickly as expected, and Sarah herself was clearly reaching her limits. After a brief scare involving shortness of breath and contractions that suddenly started and stopped, she was admitted to the local hospital for observation. What was supposed to be a precautionary overnight stay quickly escalated when one of the twins began to show signs of distress during monitoring. The doctors decided to perform an early C-section. Sarah was too exhausted to protest, barely able to process the words, as nurses gently prepared her for surgery. Everything felt surreal. The coldness of the hospital gown, the bright lights of the operating room, the murmur of voices around her. She squeezed her eyes shut and whispered a silent prayer for her daughters to come out breathing. And then she heard it. The first cry, thin and weak, quickly followed by a second, a little stronger. Tears streamed down her face. Both girls were alive, tiny, fragile, barely 5 pounds each, but breathing. The nurses whisked them off to the NICU while Sarah was stitched up and sent to recovery. The next few days were a haze of beeping monitors, IV drips, and waiting. Her daughters became Clara and Sophia, names she had written in her notebook weeks before, but hadn't dared to utter aloud until they were safely here. She could only visit them for brief periods at first, sitting beside their incubators, speaking to them in hushed, tearful tones. They looked so tiny, their little faces almost swallowed by the small hats and blankets meant to keep their body temperatures stable. It hurt to leave them each night and return to her hospital bed alone, but she knew they were in good hands. Still, the ache of not being able to hold them freely, of not being able to take them home, weighed heavily on her spirit. Doctors informed her that due to the baby's prematurity and her own post-operative weakness, they would remain in the hospital for at least another month, possibly longer. That time stretched to 2 months, then 3. Sarah's savings dwindled rapidly, yet she refused to show her panic. She pumped breast milk regularly, sat by their side as much as she was allowed, and used her free hours in the hospital room to work online design projects on her old laptop. It was lonely, painfully lonely, and the mental strain was beginning to crack her resolve. She hadn't had visitors in weeks. The nurses were kind but busy. Her body was healing, but her heart felt paused, caught between survival and the life she wanted to build. Then, one afternoon, everything changed. David arrived at the hospital, utterly oblivious to who was there. He wasn't visiting for personal reasons. One of his key business partners had been in a minor car accident and was admitted for observation. David, ever the loyal leader of his empire, thought it would be good to stop by and see the man in person. But between illegible signage and a distracted receptionist, he took the wrong elevator and ended up on the pediatric floor instead of general care. As he walked down the brightly lit corridor, confused, he caught a glimpse of something, someone, that made him stop dead in his tracks. At first, he wasn't sure. A woman in hospital pajamas, her hair in a messy bun, stood by a double stroller, expertly adjusting a bottle. Her back was to him, but something in her posture, the curve of her shoulders, felt familiar. She turned slightly, and the light caught her face. It was Sarah. David stood there, stunned. He felt as if the air had been knocked out of him. She hadn't seen him yet. She was humming softly, rocking the stroller. Then she looked up, and their eyes met. The world seemed to stop for both of them. Her face paled. He took an uncertain step forward. Neither said a word. And then, slowly, his gaze dropped to the two babies sleeping side by side in the stroller. Both had delicate dark hair, and when one stirred and opened her surprisingly blue, familiar eyes, his stomach lurched. The realization hit him like a wave. These were his daughters. Not a rumor, not a suspicion. They were here. The real, living proof of the life he had rejected. Sarah said nothing. She didn't cry or scream. She picked up the bottle, turned her back, and walked calmly into the hospital room. But David couldn't move. His body was rooted to the spot, his heart pounding in his chest. For the first time in years, he didn't know what to do next. David remained standing outside the hospital room door for several minutes, unable to will his legs to move or his mouth to form words. His brain was still trying to grasp what his eyes had seen. Two tiny girls who resembled him so closely, it was like looking at baby photos of himself. The woman he had once dismissed without a second thought stood just beyond that door, raising his children alone, while he had gone on with his life as if nothing had happened. A nurse walked by and glanced at him with mild concern, but he quickly straightened and knocked twice, softly but firmly. There was a pause. Then the door cracked open. Sarah stood there, quiet but wary, her eyes unreadable. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. She raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting, then finally stepped aside, motioning him in. The room was small, dimly lit, with a bassinet pushed against the wall and two bassinets near the window. One of the girls was sleeping. The other stirred gently, making small noises as she waved her fists in the air. David entered slowly, as if a sudden movement might break the fragile moment. He walked over to the bassinets and stared down at the baby. Her eyes were closed, but her face was a mirror of her mother's. There was no denying it. These were his daughters. "Are they?" he began, his voice barely a whisper. Sarah didn't look at him. She sat on the edge of the bassinet and folded her arms tightly. "Yes," she said simply. "They're yours." The words hit him like a punch. He reeled slightly, then pulled up the plastic chair near the bassinet and sat down heavily. The room was silent except for the occasional beep of a nearby monitor, and the soft sighs of the sleeping infants. David ran a hand through his hair, looking at the floor, then at her. She looked so different from the last time he'd seen her. Tired, pale, worn, but somehow stronger, more grounded, as if everything he had overlooked before had finally come to light. "Why didn't you tell me?" he finally asked, his tone more bewildered than accusatory. Sarah let out a dry laugh, not cruel, but bitter. "I did. You just didn't care to listen." He opened his mouth to protest, but stopped, because she was right. He had dismissed her, disregarded her, closed the door on any possibility that the pregnancy was real or that it mattered. Now he was sitting amidst the wreckage of that moment, trying to pick up pieces that might be too broken to repair. He looked at her again, really looked at her this time, not as a problem to solve or a mistake to erase, but as a person who had endured something he couldn't yet comprehend. "I didn't know," he said softly, "and I didn't know what kind of man I was until now." Sarah turned to him then, not softening, but confronting him head-on. "They've been in this hospital for 3 months," she said. "They were born premature. I had surgery. I almost lost one of them. I haven't left this room for more than an hour in weeks. So forgive me if I'm not exactly thrilled to see you standing here like you've won a medal for being late." Her voice didn't rise, but the anger beneath it trembled like something tightly contained. David nodded, not defensively, but with a real weight. He didn't argue. He didn't make excuses. He looked at his daughters, then back at her. "Can I stay?" he asked, "just for a little while." Sarah didn't answer immediately. She looked at her babies, both asleep again, and something shifted in her face. Less fury, more fatigue. She nodded once, then leaned back against the bassinet and closed her eyes. David remained where he was, unmoving, simply sitting in stunned silence. He still didn't know what this meant. He didn't know what would come next. But he understood one thing with utter clarity. This wasn't about pride, ego, or control anymore. This was about showing up. For once in his life, he was willing to start there. David returned the next day, sooner than even he expected. He hadn't slept much the night before. His mind had been an agitated torrent of images and thoughts that wouldn't let him find peace. The sight of those 2 girls, so tiny and delicate, yet so undeniably his, had burrowed into him in a way nothing else ever had. He found himself standing outside the same hospital room door again at 7 a.m., carrying a paper bag with coffee and a small container of oatmeal, unsure if Sarah would accept them, but needing to try. He hesitated before knocking, worried she wouldn't want to see him again after yesterday. But when the door opened, she didn't seem surprised, just glanced at the bag and said, "You're late." It wasn't forgiveness, but it wasn't rejection either. He stepped inside, and she took the coffee without comment. The babies were awake, fussy but quiet, and David instinctively moved towards their bassinets. He stared down at Sophia, who was chewing on her fist, her tiny brows furrowed as if in deep concentration. Sarah watched him carefully, but didn't interfere. She noticed his hesitation when he reached for the bottle, and without speaking, she passed it to him, allowing him to feed Sophia under her silent supervision. His hands were clumsy, but he was careful. Sophia took the bottle, and David looked at her in awe as her tiny lips latched on. Something in the weight of that moment grounded him in a way no boardroom negotiation ever had. From that day on, David came every morning and stayed until late evening. He brought food, asked questions, read baby books in the waiting room during the girls' naps, and slowly learned to change diapers and swaddle properly. Sarah didn't make it easy for him. She didn't pretend his sudden involvement erased months of absence, but she didn't push him away either. She assigned him tasks, allowed him to take turns holding the girls, and even permitted him to be present during some of the pediatrician's checkups. She remained cool, practical, and utterly focused on the babies, never hinting if she saw a future for the two of them beyond this temporary hospital rhythm. Still, something began to shift. In the quiet hours of the day, when the girls napped and the nurses had done their rounds, David and Sarah sometimes talked, not about them, not about the past, but about things that felt neutral and safe. He asked her about the freelance work she'd been doing, and she told him about the small projects she'd taken on, how she'd used her skills to get by. He told her about his company's expansion, but in a softer, more human way, like someone describing a life he wasn't sure mattered anymore. She listened, sometimes nodded, but often remained silent. Yet her silence no longer felt cold. It felt guarded, like someone trying to rebuild a wall that had been torn down. One afternoon, while holding Clara against his chest, the baby fell asleep, and David found himself crying. He didn't weep openly, but his eyes welled up, and he blinked several times to keep the tears from falling. Sarah saw him and said nothing, simply passing him a burp cloth without comment, and he accepted it with a grateful look. That moment, quiet and brief, felt like the first thread of trust tightening between them. Neither spoke of it afterward, but something unspoken hung in the air from that day on. David stopped checking his phone during visits, stopped answering work emails from the hospital room. His assistants were bewildered by his absence, but he offered no explanations. For the first time in years, business wasn't first. The girls were, and though Sarah didn't verbalize it, she noticed. She watched him adapt, learn, and strive, and though she didn't utter the words aloud, a part of her was beginning to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was serious this time. By the end of the 5th week, the nurses no longer raised eyebrows when David walked in and took one of the girls with as much natural ease as if he'd always been there. And while Sarah still kept her walls high, her gaze lingered on him longer. Her tone softened slightly, and when he brought a small stuffed giraffe for Clara and a pacifier with a blue ribbon for Sophia, she didn't scoff. She smiled barely, but it was real. David saw it, discreetly tucked it into his heart, and didn't push for more. For now, showing up was enough. By the start of the 3rd month, David had seamlessly integrated into the hospital's daily rhythm. No longer an awkward visitor, but a constant presence. Nurses spoke to him by name, gave him updates on Clara and Sophia without needing to ask who he was. Sarah also noticed the subtle shift, how naturally he moved now, how confidently he handled bottles, how he knew the exact lullaby that helped Clara drift to sleep when she was fussy. He wasn't just trying anymore. He was there, every day, without fail, without excuses. The girls had steadily gained weight and were finally approaching the discharge threshold. Sarah, though relieved, was also quietly terrified. For 3 months, they had existed in this sterile, tiny, yet safe cocoon. She had grown accustomed to the monitors, the nurses, the shared responsibility. The hospital had become the strange bubble where her life had stabilized, where her pain had been put on hold by necessity. But soon she would leave, and then what? Back to a tiny apartment with barely enough room for 1 crib, let alone 2? Back to the grind of working all night while raising 2 infants alone? And now, with David's presence becoming a constant, something her daughters already expected. What if he disappeared again? David seemed to sense her anxiety, though she never voiced it aloud. One afternoon, as Sarah silently folded the girls' hospital clothes, he quietly asked, "Where will you go when they're discharged?" She hesitated, then replied carefully, "To my apartment. It's small, but I've managed." He stared at her for a long moment, not with pity, but with something more complex: admiration, guilt, hesitation. "You shouldn't have had to manage alone," he said. Sarah didn't respond. The silence between them was thick with all that remained unsaid. The next morning he arrived with more than just coffee. He handed her an envelope. Inside was a printed lease for a small house a few blocks from her current apartment, with 2 bedrooms, a garden, and an already furnished nursery. Sarah looked at him in disbelief. "I don't want you to think this is some grand gesture," he said. "You don't owe me anything. It's just a place, a safer, easier place for them." She didn't respond immediately. Her first instinct was to refuse, to protect her independence, her pride. But then she looked at Sophia, who had just tried to roll over, and Clara, who had finally gained enough strength to cry loudly when she wanted to be held. Sarah's pride was no more important than their well-being. Still, she kept her voice steady. "You're not buying us," she said. David nodded. "I know. It's not that." Later that night, as the babies slept, Sarah found herself standing by the window, arms crossed, watching the streetlights flicker below. David read silently on the sofa, one hand resting near Clara's bassinet. He didn't talk much anymore unless she initiated conversation. She appreciated that. It gave her space. Still, tonight felt heavier than usual. "Why did you really come back that day?" she asked suddenly. He didn't look up at first. Then he closed his book and said, "Because I got lost on the wrong floor. And then I saw you, and I realized everything I'd spent my life chasing meant nothing compared to what I'd thrown away." His honesty stunned her. Not because of what he said, but how he said it. Quietly, without drama, without expectation. It wasn't a performance. It was simply the truth. She didn't reply, but she didn't turn away either. She stood by the window a little longer, and when she finally sat down, she did so beside him. The gap between them was still wide, but not as wide as it had been. The following week, the doctors finally gave the official all clear. Clara and Sophia were ready to go home. David was in the room when the announcement came, and Sarah saw him blink rapidly as if holding back tears. Discharge papers were signed, car seats were brought in, and tiny outfits were chosen. David carried the bags. Sarah carried Sophia. A nurse carried Clara towards the waiting hallway. For the first time in months, they walked out of the hospital into the open air, the evening light casting soft shadows on the pavement. David didn't ask to come with them, didn't offer. He simply followed in his own car, parked across the street from her building, and waited until she unlocked the front door. He helped carry in the bags, then lingered in the doorway, unsure. Sarah looked at him, then stepped aside to let him in. It was small, cramped, barely enough room for the bassinets, but it was warm, and it was hers. And now, for the first time, she felt perhaps it didn't have to be hers alone. The first few days at home were harder than Sarah had imagined, even after months in the hospital. Despite the joy of finally escaping the sterile walls and artificial light, she now had to face the full weight of life on her own turf. 2 newborns demanding her attention every hour, feedings bleeding into each other, sleepless nights becoming the new normal. The apartment felt even smaller now, the cribs taking up the entire bedroom, and the tiny kitchen barely accommodating a bottle sterilizer and a pump. Sarah found herself struggling to manage even the simplest things, like showering or making a full meal. The silence of home, once a source of peace, became overwhelming in those long nights filled with crying. David didn't ask to stay. He never imposed himself. But the day after they were discharged, he showed up at her door just after dawn, with bags of groceries, and she didn't stop him from entering. He moved quietly through the kitchen, putting away essentials into the fridge, brewing coffee, and making oatmeal while the girls slept. When Sarah woke to the smell, for the first time in weeks, her body felt something close to safety. She walked into the kitchen, bleary-eyed and unsure what to say. But he didn't press her, simply handed her a mug of coffee and said, "Sit, eat. I'll change them when they wake up." That became their rhythm. David arrived each morning and left late in the evening. Sometimes he cooked, sometimes he simply cleaned, but he was always present. He held the girls when Sarah needed to nap, walked them around the apartment when they were fussy, and sat with them in the dead of night when colic stole their sleep. Sarah hesitated at first, always waiting for the shoe to drop, for the moment he would stop showing up. But it never came. He returned again and again, becoming more comfortable, more familiar, more quietly entrenched in their lives. One afternoon, 2 weeks after they came home, Sarah found him sitting on the living room floor with both girls in his lap. They were dressed in matching pajamas, and he was reading a picture book about animals to them, mimicking the sounds with a tenderness she would never have expected from the man who once dismissed her so firmly. She stood in the hallway, watching the three of them in the soft glow of the lamp, something in her chest aching in a way she couldn't quite describe. It wasn't just the sight of her daughter smiling or the warmth in David's voice. It was that for the first time since she said she was pregnant, she didn't feel alone surviving. He noticed her watching, but said nothing, simply continued reading, his voice calm and steady. Later that night, when the girls were asleep, Sarah offered him a beer from the fridge, an unspoken gesture that something was shifting between them. They sat on the sofa, shoulders barely touching, the soft hum of the baby monitor filling the silence. David sipped slowly, his gaze fixed on the floor. "I think about that day in the office more than you know," he finally said. "What I said, what I didn't say. I was a coward. I was selfish. I thought leaving would make it go away." Sarah didn't respond immediately. She stared straight ahead, unsure if his remorse should comfort or anger her. But she finally said, "I didn't need you perfect. I just needed you to care." He nodded, swallowing hard. "I didn't care. Not then. But I do now." His voice cracked slightly, and he looked at her then, truly looked at her, like someone seeing the full weight of what he had lost. Sarah's hands tightened around her mug. She wasn't ready to let go of all the pain, not yet, but she was also tired of carrying it alone. "This isn't about us," she finally said. "It's about them. I can't afford for them to trust someone who won't stay." David nodded again, this time more slowly. "Then I'll keep staying until you believe I will." And he did, day after day. Sarah stopped counting after the 4th week. By then, he had also started helping with her freelance work, setting up her website, handling small invoices, giving her the space to catch a few hours of sleep between client calls and bottle feedings. He never brought up their past unless she did, never hinted that he wanted more. He simply became part of their lives, a quiet, unwavering support. Even the neighbors started referring to him as the girls' dad, and Sarah didn't correct them, because in every real sense he was. When the girls turned 6 months old, David surprised her. He had printed all the photos she'd taken over the past few months, the first baths, the first smiles, the sleepy cuddles, and organized them into a handmade scrapbook, leaving the last page blank. When she asked why, he said softly, "Because we're still writing the rest." Sarah looked at the empty page for a long moment before closing the book and whispering, "Let's hope the story is worth finishing." David leaned across the sofa and touched her hand. She didn't pull away. In that quiet moment, there was no forgiveness expressed, No declarations of love or dramatic promises. Just presence. Just choice. And for now, that was more than enough. The night before Clara and Sophia's first birthday, Sarah found herself alone in the living room, surrounded by balloons she hadn't yet hung and cupcakes she hadn't frosted. The girls were asleep in their cribs after a chaotic afternoon bath, and David had gone to pick up some last-minute decorations from the store. The apartment, though still small, now felt different, filled with warmth and history, marked by the steady hum of the life that had been painstakingly and beautifully built over the past year. The walls bore the signs of their story: framed photos, crayon smudges, and even a small dent near the hallway from when David accidentally bumped the stroller into the corner. Sarah stood in the quiet, her arms wrapped around herself, trying to take in the reality of what they had become. This year had tested her in every imaginable way. There were nights she cried alone in the bathroom just to release the pressure of being everything all at once: mother, provider, protector. But David had been there every single day, quietly reinforcing the foundation beneath her with actions, not promises. He never pressured her, never rushed her healing, never made demands about what their relationship should be. Instead, he poured himself into the role of a father with a devotion that sometimes awed her. He remembered every doctor's appointment, handled middle-of-the-night fevers with quiet precision. He had memorized their favorite songs, their feeding schedules, even which pacifier each preferred. Somewhere along the way, without either of them announcing it, they had become a family. When he returned that evening, arms laden with streamers and paper crowns, he gave her a tired but genuine smile. "I think I bought out the entire party aisle," he joked, but Sarah could hear the underlying nervousness in his voice. They both knew what this night symbolized. It wasn't just a birthday. It was the end of the first chapter, and possibly the beginning of something more. After the girls were back in bed, after story time and lullabies, and Sophia's stubborn refusal to sleep until David had rocked her for a full 10 minutes, Sarah and David found themselves sitting at the small kitchen table, sharing a slice of birthday cake. The air was different, more fragile. She looked at him and said, "You've done more than I ever expected of you." He looked back at her, carefully. "I didn't come here to prove anything. I came because I couldn't imagine not being here." She hesitated, then got up and walked over to the small shelf in the living room where the scrapbook still sat. She opened it to the last page, the blank one, and slid in a photo she'd printed just hours before. It was all four of them, on the sofa, the girls in matching pajamas, David laughing heartily, and Sarah looking at him with an expression she hadn't realized had been captured: hopeful, open, complete. She slid the photo into the sleeve and whispered, "That's our new first page." David walked across the room slowly, unsure what to say. But before he could speak, Sarah turned to face him. "You hurt me, more than I thought I could ever recover from," she said, her voice steady. "But you stayed. You stayed through every hard night, every diaper, every fever, every fight. You showed me who you could be, and that version of you I love." It wasn't a dramatic kiss or an overwhelming hug. He simply stepped forward and took her hand. His fingers trembled. "Then let me be that man, forever. For you, for them." And this time, she didn't hesitate. She nodded, and for the first time in a long time, she allowed herself to lean into him, not because she needed saving, but because she finally believed she didn't have to carry it all alone. The next morning, their apartment was filled with laughter, with tiny squeals, and the slightly off-key singing of two tired but joyful parents. Balloons bounced against the ceiling, streamers tangled on chairs, cupcakes smeared on small hands. It wasn't a perfect party, but it was real, and that made it beautiful. Friends stopped by with gifts, neighbors popped in to hug the girls, and Sarah stood by the window at one point, holding Sophia while Clara crawled after a balloon, and felt an overwhelming sense of peace. David came up behind her, his hand resting gently on her back. "I know I can't go back and rewrite everything," he said softly, "but I want to write the rest with you, whatever it is." Sarah turned and kissed his cheek. "Then let's keep turning the page, together." And in that crowded, joyful, chaotic room, they did just that. No grand promises, no perfect ending, just love in its truest, most patient form. The unspoken redemption, a lesson in enduring love. This story doesn't conclude with a dramatic twist, but with something far more powerful, a quiet redemption. What makes the ending satisfying isn't just that David changes, it's that he earns his way back into the lives he once abandoned, not through apologies, but through presence, effort, and time. Sarah doesn't forgive easily, and she shouldn't. Her strength lies not just in surviving alone, but in choosing to let someone back in on her own terms. The girls, too young to know their father's past mistakes, become the very reason he transforms into someone worthy of trust. That's what gives this story its weight. Not just love found, but love rebuilt. And in a world where people often walk away when things get tough, seeing someone stay, truly stay, is the most impactful and beautiful ending of all. If this story moved you, share it and leave a comment with your favorite moment. And don't forget to subscribe for more stories that will touch your heart.
The streets of New York City glimmered under the soft glow of Christmas lights, their reflections shimmering on the wet pavement. Snow fell gently, blanketing the bustling city in a serene layer of white. Daniel Harrington walked briskly through the streets, his mind weighed down by the expectations of his family. Around him, families strolled hand in hand, their laughter mingling with the faint melodies of holiday carols. The festive displays sparkled, but to Daniel, they felt distant, a celebration he couldn't quite touch. Among the crowd, Daniel Harrington walked with a purposeful stride, his tailored coat pulled tight against the chill. A high-powered corporate lawyer, Daniel carried the weight of his family's expectations on his shoulders. The Harringtons demanded perfection, and he was no exception. Turning a corner, Daniel paused, his gaze falling on a young woman crouched by a trash bin. Her threadbare jacket and the dark circles under her eyes told a story of hardship. She was invisible to most, but not to him. Not tonight. Daniel hesitated, his polished shoes crunching against the icy pavement. He had passed countless others on the street before, but something about this young woman caught his eye. The determination in her movements despite the obvious hardship. She rifled through discarded items, her trembling fingers brushing against a crumpled sandwich wrapper. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he felt compelled to stop. "Hey," he called out, his voice unsure against the sounds of the busy street. She froze. Slowly, she turned to face him, her sharp green eyes meeting his. Framed by messy auburn hair escaping from a knit cap, her pale face betrayed both weariness and defiance. "Not looking for trouble," she said, her voice steady but guarded. Daniel stepped closer, cautiously. He could see now just how thin her jacket was, the holes in her gloves, the scuffs on her boots. "Neither am I," he replied. "Are you hungry?" Her eyes flicked to the restaurant behind him, its warm, golden light spilling onto the sidewalk. "What do you think?" she said, her tone tinged with bitterness. He glanced at the bin where a half-eaten baguette teetered precariously. "Come inside," he offered, nodding toward the restaurant. "Have a proper meal." Suspicion flickered across her face. "What's the catch?" "No catch, it's Christmas," he said simply, holding the door open. The scent of roasted garlic and freshly baked bread wafted out, a stark contrast to the biting cold. She hesitated, her grip tightening on the frayed strap of her backpack. Then, as if hunger had finally overpowered her caution, she stepped past him into the warmth of the restaurant. Inside, the maitre d's' polite smile faltered as his gaze landed on her, but Daniel's presence silenced any objections. They were led to a small table near the window, where their unlikely meeting truly began. The clinking of glasses and low hum of conversation surrounded them as they sat at the small table near the frosted window. Daniel leaned back in his chair, studying the woman across from him. Her fingers fidgeted with the edge of the linen napkin, her eyes scanning the menu like it was written in another language. "Order whatever you want," he said gently, his tone warm but cautious. She set the menu down with a faint scoff, crossing her arms. "Don't patronize me. I'll get soup." Her voice was sharp, almost daring him to object. "That's fine," he replied, a flicker of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "But you could do better than soup." "That's fine," he replied, a flicker of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "But you could do better than soup." Her sharp green eyes met his, unyielding. "You could have left me in the alley." He raised his hands in mock surrender. "Fair point." The waiter arrived, and she ordered curtly, her gaze barely lifting. After the waiter left, an uneasy silence settled between them until Daniel leaned forward slightly. "What's your name?" "Sophia," she said, her tone clipped. "And you?" "Daniel." Sophia nodded, her expression unreadable. "So, Daniel, why'd you do it? Bring me in here, I mean." He hesitated, then shrugged. "Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself, that I can make my own choices, not just follow expectations." "Expectations," she repeated, her voice tinged with irony. "Must be rough, living in a world where everyone tells you how great you are." Her sarcasm stung, but Daniel smiled faintly. "It's not as great as it looks." Their food arrived, and for a while they ate in silence. Between spoonfuls of soup, fragments of her story emerged. A failed art career, a family torn apart, and the streets that became her home. In return, Daniel confessed his frustration with his controlling family and the hollow expectations that ruled his life. For the first time in years, both of them felt seen. The next morning, Daniel stood by his office window, the city skyline stretching endlessly before him. His coffee sat untouched on the desk, growing colder by the minute. He couldn't shake the image of Sophia, her guarded eyes, the way her hands trembled as she held the soup spoon. By noon, he grabbed his coat and headed out, ignoring the buzz of his phone. When he reached the alley behind the restaurant, she was there, sitting cross-legged on the icy pavement with a sketch pad in her lap. "Sophia," he called, his breath visible in the cold. She looked up sharply, clutching the sketch pad to her chest. "You again. What do you want?" He crouched to her level, the chill seeping through his tailored trousers. "I need your help," he said, his voice softer than she expected. His words hung in the cold air, and for a moment he hesitated, as if reconsidering what he was about to say. She barked a laugh, the sound hollow. My help. That's new. Her tone was biting, but there was a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. I'm serious, he insisted. My family is forcing me into a marriage I don't want. It's not about love, it's business, alliances. I can't do it. So why tell me? She asked, folding her arms tightly across her chest. Because, he said carefully, if I'm already married, their plan falls apart. Sophia froze, her brows furrowing as his words sank in. You want me to marry you? She asked incredulously. Temporarily, Daniel clarified quickly. Just for a year. It's a business arrangement, nothing more. Her laugh this time was sharper, cutting through the icy air. A business arrangement with someone you found digging through a trash bin? You sure you don't need your head checked? I'm serious, he said firmly. You'd have a place to live, food, clothes, whatever you need to get back on your feet. And when it's over, I'll make sure you're set financially. Sophia stared at him, her grip tightening on the sketch pad. Why me? You could pick any woman in this city. Why the homeless girl? Because, Daniel said, meeting her gaze, you're honest. You don't care about money or status, and you have just as much to gain from this as I do. She chewed her lip, torn between suspicion and desperation. Finally, she extended her hand. 1 year, she said, her tone firm. No more, no less, and I keep my independence. 1 year, Daniel agreed, shaking her hand. Sophia stood in the center of Daniel's penthouse, her frayed backpack slung over one shoulder. The space was immaculate. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of New York City's skyline, and the polished hardwood floors gleamed under the glow of modern light fixtures. A grand piano sat in one corner, untouched and pristine. This is excessive, Sophia muttered, her voice echoing faintly in the open space. Daniel smirked as he set his keys on the kitchen counter. It's just a place to sleep. For you, maybe, she said, her tone dry. She wandered into the kitchen, running her fingers along the cold marble of the island counter. Everything felt too perfect, too sterile, a far cry from the streets she had called home. You can make yourself comfortable, Daniel said, his hands in his pockets. This is your home too. For now. Sophia shot him a skeptical look, but said nothing. Instead, she slipped off her boots and placed them neatly by the door, a habit born of necessity rather than manners. Over the next few weeks, they settled into an uneasy routine. Sophia spent her mornings sketching by the window, the cityscape providing endless inspiration. Daniel worked long hours, returning late to find her cooking simple meals in the spacious kitchen. Soup again? He teased one night, leaning against the counter as she stirred a steaming pot. It's cheap, it's warm, and it's mine, she retorted, without looking up. Their differences became increasingly apparent. Daniel, accustomed to luxury, struggled to understand her fierce independence. Sophia, wary of pity, bristled at his occasional attempts to make her life easier. Yet, in the quiet moments, over shared dinners or late-night conversations, they found common ground. But the fragile peace didn't last. Daniel's mother, Evelyn Harrington, and his ex-fiancée, Olivia Barrett, were relentless. Suspicious of Sophia, they dug into her past, uncovering the scandal surrounding her father, a disgraced financier whose actions had left her penniless. One evening, Evelyn confronted Sophia in the penthouse, her words sharp and cruel. You don't belong here, she hissed. Do you think marrying my son erases your father's crimes? Sophia's hands clenched into fists. I never asked to be here, she snapped. When Daniel returned that night, Sophia was packing. I can't stay, she said quietly. Not like this. Sophia, wait. No, she interrupted, her voice trembling. I deserve better than this. And, with that, she walked out, leaving Daniel standing alone in the echoing silence of his penthouse. The streets of Paris were alive with energy, a stark contrast to the heavy silence Sophia had left behind in New York. She walked briskly along the Seine, her fingers brushing against the strap of the old satchel slung across her shoulder. Inside were her sketches and music sheets, remnants of a life she was determined to rebuild. Sophia had enrolled in a prestigious music conservatory, a dream she never thought possible until now. Days were consumed by relentless practice, her hands flying across piano keys as she poured her emotions into every note. Nights were quieter, spent sketching the cityscapes she admired from her modest apartment. But despite the beauty of Paris, her thoughts often wandered back to Daniel. She could still see his expression the night she left, confused, hurt, but unwilling to stop her. His words echoed in her mind, "You don't have to go." Yet, she had to. She needed to find herself outside of the shadow of her father's disgrace and beyond the confines of Daniel's world. Back in New York, Daniel sat in his office, staring blankly at the contracts on his desk. His mother's sharp words and Olivia's smug satisfaction echoed in his ears, but one thought drowned out all the noise. Sophia. Her absence gnawed at him. He missed her sarcastic quips, the way her face lit up when she was sketching, and the quiet strength she carried despite everything. For the first time in years, he began questioning the life he had built. Defying his family for the first time, Daniel formally ended his engagement to Olivia. The confrontation was brutal, but the relief that followed was undeniable. He also pushed back against his mother's attempts to control his life, asserting his independence in a way he never had before. Months turned into a year, and though their lives were separate, Sophia and Daniel both grew in unexpected ways. Sophia's music blossomed, and Daniel found new purpose in running a pro bono legal program for struggling artists. Yet, despite the progress, they carried a quiet longing for one another, two lives connected by a moment neither could forget. Christmas 2 years later, a cozy restaurant buzzed with the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversation. Candles flickered on each table, casting a golden glow, while a Christmas tree, decorated with crimson ribbons, stood proudly in one corner. Snowflakes clung to the windows, hinting at the cold night outside. Daniel sat alone at a corner table, swirling his glass of wine. The untouched plate of pasta in front of him had long since gone cold. Although Brenda, his closest confidant, had suggested going out for the evening, it only deepened the ache in his chest. It had been 2 years since Sophia had left, but she was still on his mind. A sudden melody filled the restaurant, soft and haunting. Daniel stiffened, his breath coming in short gasps. The piano notes seemed to speak directly to him, weaving a tale of longing and hope. He turned slowly toward the small stage in the center of the room. There she was. Sophia sat at the piano, her head bowed, her fingers dancing lightly over the keys. Her black dress shimmered faintly in the candlelight, and her intense concentration made her seem almost untouchable. The melody surged, filling the room with a raw, emotional power that drew all eyes to her. When the last note rang out in the air, there was silence, heavy, reverent. Then applause erupted, warm and heartfelt. Sophia stood, flashing a small, graceful smile at the audience. Her eyes scanned the room and stopped. Daniel was standing, his chair pushed back, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. For a moment, time seemed frozen. Sophia stepped off the stage, her movements purposeful. She stopped in front of him, her voice steady even as her chest shook. "You came." "I never left," he replied, his voice low but full of emotion. The snow fell softly outside as Sophia and Daniel walked side by side, their steps slow and deliberate. The city glowed with holiday lights, casting shimmering reflections on the icy pavement. Neither of them spoke at first, the weight of 2 years apart lingering between them. But as Daniel reached for her hand, a warmth spread through the cold night, a silent promise of a new beginning. Finally, Daniel broke the silence. "I spent 2 years waiting for this moment, imagining what I'd say if I ever saw you again." He glanced at her, his voice steady. But now, all I want to know is what happens next." Sophia stopped, turning to face him. Her green eyes, once so guarded, softened. "That depends," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you ready to try without conditions this time? Just us?" His hand reached for hers, warm against the cold. "I've never been more ready." As the church bells chimed midnight, welcoming Christmas Day, they walked forward together. The future stretched before them, bright, uncharted, and theirs to shape. Liam Carter stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse in San Francisco, adjusting his tailored navy suit. At 36, he was at the pinnacle of success. A self-made tech mogul with an empire worth billions. His achievements were splashed across the covers of major magazines, and tonight he was preparing for what society deemed the event of the year. His wedding to Abigail Clark, the brilliant and glamorous daughter of a media tycoon. The wedding promised to be an extravagant affair, a testament to Liam's wealth and influence. Every detail, from the Michelin-starred catering to the handcrafted invitations, screamed opulence. Yet, amidst the excitement, Liam held on to one specific guest list entry with peculiar interest. Anna Brooks, his college ex-girlfriend. It had been nearly 6 years since Liam last saw Anna. Back then, he had been a driven young entrepreneur, eager to seize opportunities, even at the cost of leaving her behind. Inviting her to the wedding wasn't merely a polite gesture. Liam's intentions were far less noble. He wanted Anna to see the life she had missed out on, a life he believed she could never match. But life has a way of rewriting plans. What began as an act of ego would soon force Liam to confront truths he never anticipated, unraveling a carefully constructed world he thought was perfect. Liam Carter sat in his sleek office overlooking the San Francisco Bay, turning a gold-embossed invitation in his hands. The wedding invitations were nothing short of perfection, each one custom-designed and meticulously curated. But there was one particular envelope he couldn't stop staring at. The one addressed to Anna Brooks. "Are you sure about this, Liam?" asked Sophie, his longtime personal assistant, standing cautiously by the door. "Absolutely," Liam replied, leaning back in his leather chair with a self-assured smirk. "Anna needs to see the man I've become. She needs to understand that I made the right choice." Sophie hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line, but she said nothing further. Liam handed her the envelope. "Make sure she gets it personally." As Sophie left, Liam's mind drifted to the last time he had seen Anna. It was a cold October evening, and the rain poured relentlessly outside their tiny college apartment. She had begged him to stay, her voice trembling with urgency. "I need to tell you something," she had said, but Liam's focus was already on his career. He had just secured funding for his first tech startup in London, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and nothing, not even Anna's pleas, could hold him back. For years, Anna's tearful expression had lingered in the corners of his memory, a quiet ache he refused to acknowledge, dismissing it as part of the sacrifices required for success. All 6 years later, sending her an invitation wasn't just about closure. It was about proving to himself that leaving her behind had been the right decision, no matter how uneasy it sometimes made him feel. "Let's see if she even shows up," he muttered to himself, placing the remaining stack of invitations on his desk. What Liam didn't realize was that Anna's response would not only confirm her attendance, but also change the course of his life in ways he couldn't begin to imagine. The countdown to Liam Carter's wedding had begun, and every detail reflected his ambition for perfection. The ceremony was to take place at an exclusive vineyard estate nestled in Napa Valley, complete with panoramic views of the rolling hills. Abigail Clark had insisted on the venue, and Liam had spared no expense to ensure it became a spectacle worthy of their combined reputations. Florists worked tirelessly to hang cascades of white orchids imported from Thailand, while a team of world-renowned chefs finalized the 7-course menu. The guest list boasted tech giants, Hollywood stars, and prominent figures from the media world, each eager to witness the union of power and prestige. Amid the frenzy of finalizing details, Liam found himself distracted. Each time Sophie approached him with an update, he glanced at her expectantly. Finally, she delivered the news. "Anna confirmed her attendance," Sophie said, her voice carefully neutral. Liam felt a flicker of something, relief, excitement, or perhaps unease, but he quickly buried it beneath his well-practiced composure. Liam nodded, feigning indifference, but a flicker of anticipation crossed his face. He imagined her walking through the grand vineyard gates, dressed modestly, perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the event. Would she regret how things ended between them? Would she see the empire he had built without her and wonder what might have been? Abigail interrupted his thoughts, breezing into the room with her signature confidence. "Liam, the chef needs our approval on the final menu," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "Of course," he replied, his voice steady, though his thoughts lingered elsewhere. As the wedding day drew closer, Liam remained fixated on Anna. In his mind, her presence at the event was no longer just a footnote. It had become central to his vision of success, a final flourish to the narrative he had crafted for himself. The day of the wedding dawned clear and bright, the vineyard estate glowing under the golden Californian sun. Helicopters buzzed overhead, carrying high-profile guests to the event. Reporters swarmed outside the gates, eager for a glimpse of the soon-to-be married couple. Liam stood in the grand foyer, his tailored tuxedo pristine, adjusting his diamond cufflinks. Guests mingled in the garden, sipping champagne as an orchestra played classical pieces. Yet Liam's attention was fixated on the entrance, his nerves taut. "Mr. Carter," Sophie whispered discreetly, stepping into the room. "She's here." Liam turned sharply, his heart quickening. He moved to a strategic spot near the staircase, ensuring he had the perfect vantage point. Anna walked in, her steps unhurried, wearing a simple yet elegant navy blue dress. Her long auburn hair framed her face, now more mature, yet as striking as he remembered. But it wasn't her appearance that froze Liam in place. It was the child walking beside her, a boy, no older than 5, clutching her hand and staring wide-eyed at the grand decorations. Liam's breath caught in his throat, his mind scrambling to make sense of what he was seeing. The boy's green eyes mirrored his own, his tousled dark hair and curious expression an uncanny reflection of Liam's childhood. It was as if the universe had thrust a mirror of his younger self before him, demanding he face what he had abandoned. "Mom, look at all the flowers," the boy exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. Liam's grip tightened on the marble railing as the puzzle pieces clicked into place. Anna's desperation the day he left, the unanswered calls and emails in the months that followed, it all made sense now. This child, Lucas, was his son. "Liam?" Abigail's voice startled him. She appeared beside him, radiant in her wedding gown. But concern marred her expression. "What's wrong?" Before he could answer, Lucas stumbled on the staircase, and Liam instinctively moved toward him. But Anna was faster, steadying her son. "Careful, Lucas," she said softly, crouching to adjust his bow tie. The name hit Liam like a lightning bolt. Lucas. The same name as his late father. A man Liam had idolized. Abigail followed his gaze, her suspicion deepening. "Who is that boy?" she demanded. Lucas, now steady, turned his bright green eyes toward Liam. "Mom, who is that man?" Anna stood, her expression calm but resolute, and their eyes met for the first time in 6 years. "He's the groom," she replied evenly, taking Lucas's hand. The room seemed to tilt around Liam. The carefully curated event, the image of perfection he had built, all of it began to crumble in the presence of the one truth he could no longer ignore. As the crowd bustled around them, Liam felt as if the world had narrowed to the sight of Anna and Lucas. His mind raced, drowning out the soft strains of the orchestra playing in the garden. "Liam!" Abigail's voice cut through his haze. "What is going on?" Liam ignored her, his gaze fixed on Lucas. Slowly, he approached Anna, his voice unsteady. "Anna, can we talk?" Now, Anna met his eyes with a composed expression, though her hand rested protectively on Lucas's shoulder. "Lucas, sweetheart," she said softly, "why don't you go with Aunt Claire for a bit? She's waiting by the garden." A woman nearby stepped forward, smiling warmly at Lucas and extending her hand. Lucas hesitated but nodded, casting a curious glance back at Liam as he walked away. The air between Liam and Anna was heavy with unspoken words as they stepped into a quiet corner of the estate. "Why didn't you tell me?" Liam began, his voice cracking with a mix of anger and regret. "I tried," Anna replied evenly, though her composure wavered. "I called, I emailed, dozens of times. But you were in London, building your empire, and your assistant made it clear you didn't have time for me." Liam rubbed his temples, memories of those early days flooding back. He remembered the relentless meetings, the late nights spent coding and pitching investors. He had thought cutting ties with Anna was a necessary step toward his goals. "You should have insisted," he said, his voice rising. "This is my son, Anna. I had a right to know." "And I had a right to be heard," she retorted, her voice trembling with long-suppressed frustration. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, the composure she had worked so hard to maintain beginning to crack. "But you chose your career over everything else. Do you think I wanted to raise Lucas alone? Do you think it was easy?" Her words struck Liam like a blow. He looked away, ashamed. "I didn't know," he muttered. Anna sighed, her tone softening. "I didn't want to bring him into a world where he felt unwanted. I did what I had to do to protect him." "I want to fix this," Liam said firmly, looking into her eyes. "I need to be part of his life." Anna crossed her arms, wary. "It's not that simple, Liam. I can't just let you waltz in and disrupt everything." "I'll do whatever it takes," he said, his voice raw with emotion. "Please, Anna, let me prove I can be the father he deserves." Anna studied him for a long moment. "If you're serious, you'll have to prove it with actions, not words. Lucas comes first." Liam stood motionless as Anna's words echoed in his mind. Prove it with actions, not words. For the first time in years, the man who thrived on control and calculated decisions felt completely untethered. Abigail's sharp voice broke through his thoughts. "Liam, explain this right now. Who is that woman? Who is that child?" Turning to face his fiancée, Liam's voice was calm but resolute. "That boy is my son." The color drained from Abigail's face as gasps rippled through the nearby guests. "What? she hissed, her carefully composed facade cracking. "I didn't know about him until today," Liam continued, his voice steady. "But now that I do, I can't pretend this wedding, or anything else, matters more than he does." "You're serious," Abigail said, her tone laced with disbelief. "You're gonna ruin everything we've built because of some woman from your past?" "This isn't about the past," Liam said, his voice firm. "It's about doing the right thing now. I can't stand here and promise myself to you while ignoring my responsibilities as a father." Abigail's expression turned icy. "Do you have any idea what this will cost you? The scandal? The humiliation? My family?" "I'll pay whatever price," Liam interrupted. "But I'm calling off the wedding." Abigail stared at him, her shock quickly turning to fury. "You're making the biggest mistake of your life," she snapped, before storming out of the room, her parents trailing behind her. Liam's assistant Sophie approached cautiously, lowering her voice. "What should I tell the guests?" "Tell them the truth," Liam replied, his shoulders squared. "The wedding is canceled for personal reasons. Ask them to respect our privacy." As Sophie moved to handle the fallout, Liam turned back to the garden. From a distance, he spotted Anna and Lucas near the fountain, the boy pointing excitedly at the water jets. For the first time in years, Liam felt a strange sense of clarity. He had no idea how to repair the damage he'd caused, but he was ready to try. With a deep breath, he walked toward them, leaving behind the image of perfection he had spent so long building, and stepping into an uncertain but promising new chapter. The days following the canceled wedding were a whirlwind of headlines. Furious phone calls from Abigail's family and business associates questioning Liam's judgment. But Liam ignored the noise. His focus had shifted entirely to Lucas and the family he had almost lost forever. Rebuilding trust with Anna wasn't easy. She agreed to let him spend time with Lucas, but under strict conditions. There would be no extravagant gestures, no attempts to buy Lucas's affection. "He doesn't need your money, Liam," Anna warned. "He needs your time." Liam took her words to heart. On his first day with Lucas, he picked him up from school. The boy greeted him with a mix of excitement and shyness, clutching his backpack. "Hi, Lucas," Liam said, kneeling to meet his son's eye level. "How was your day?" "It was good," Lucas replied, his green eyes curious but hesitant. "Mom said we're going to the park?" "That's right," Liam said, holding out his hand. "Let's go." At the park, Liam learned more about Lucas in one afternoon than he ever could have imagined. Lucas loved animals, dreamed of becoming a vet, and had a fascination with dinosaurs. As they played together, the boys' laughter rang through the air, filling a hole in Liam's heart he didn't know existed. Anna, watching from a distance, couldn't deny that Liam was trying. Slowly but surely, she saw glimpses of the man she once loved, a man now driven by more than ambition, but by the desire to be a better father. Months passed, and a new rhythm began to take shape in Liam's life. The once obsessive tech mogul now prioritized afternoons at the park, school events, and Lucas's endless questions about animals and space. His office, once a fortress of innovation and high-stakes meetings, now featured a corner filled with toys and books for Lucas. For Anna, seeing Liam transform into a devoted father stirred feelings she hadn't allowed herself to entertain in years. He showed up consistently, proving with actions, not words, that Lucas was now the center of his world. One weekend, Liam suggested a trip to the aquarium. "Lucas will love it," he said, his eyes lighting up. "We can make it a family outing." Anna hesitated. They had been co-parenting well, but the idea of a family outing felt loaded with unspoken implications. Yet, when she saw Lucas's face light up at the suggestion, she agreed. The trip was a turning point. Watching Liam and Lucas bond over the jellyfish exhibit, Anna saw a side of Liam she had never known. He wasn't the driven, impatient man she remembered, but a father who knelt down to Lucas's level, explaining the mysteries of the ocean with genuine awe. Later, as they walked through the acrylic tunnel surrounded by sharks and rays, Lucas grabbed both their hands, one on each side. The three of them stood there, silhouetted by the glowing blue light. A fleeting moment of unity. "Thank you for this," Anna murmured to Liam as Lucas ran ahead to see the penguins. Liam turned to her, his voice soft. "You gave me a second chance, Anna. I'll never stop being grateful. The aquarium trip marked the start of something neither dared to name, but both felt growing. A fragile but undeniable hope for a future together. A year after the canceled wedding, Liam and Anna found themselves in a new chapter, one defined by quiet progress and shared moments. Lucas now saw his father regularly, and the three of them often spent weekends together, forming a bond that had once seemed impossible. It was during one such outing, a simple picnic in Golden Gate Park, that Liam took a step he had been considering for months. Lucas was busy tossing a frisbee with Liam's mother, who had grown close to her grandson, while Anna sat on a blanket, sipping lemonade. Liam joined her, sitting closer than usual. "Anna," he began, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. She looked up, sensing something serious. "What is it?" Liam hesitated for only a moment before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small box. "I know I have a lot to make up for," he said, opening the box to reveal a delicate ring with a simple emerald, a nod to Lucas's bright green eyes. "But I also know I don't want to go another day without asking this. Will you marry me? Not for Lucas, not to fix the past, but because I love you, Anna. I always have." Anna stared at the ring, then at Liam, her emotions overwhelming her. "Liam," she began, tears forming. "I told myself I'd never go back to that chapter of my life. But you're not the same man you were then." She paused, her lips curving into a smile. "Yes, I'll marry you." From across the field, Lucas saw them embracing and sprinted toward them. "What's happening?" he asked, breathless. Liam lifted him high into the air, grinning. "We're going to be a family, buddy. A real family." Under the setting sun, with Lucas cheering and Anna laughing, the moment felt like a promise, not just of love, but of a future built on trust, forgiveness, and hope. 6 months later, Liam and Anna stood in the backyard of their modest but charming home, surrounded by their closest family and friends. The extravagant displays that once defined Liam's life were absent, replaced by simple wildflower arrangements and fairy lights strung between trees. Lucas stood proudly as the ring bearer, wearing a small suit and a radiant smile. "Don't mess this up, Dad," he joked, earning laughter from the guests. Anna's mother adjusted her daughter's simple, elegant white dress, her eyes brimming with pride. Grace, Liam's mother, embraced Anna, before stepping back to watch her son take his place beneath the floral arch. When Anna walked down the aisle, holding Lucas's hand, Liam's heart swelled. This wasn't the grand spectacle he once envisioned, but it was perfect in ways he could never have imagined. The officiant began the ceremony with a few heartfelt words about love and second chances. When it came time for the vows, Liam's voice cracked with emotion. "Anna, you've shown me the true meaning of family and love. I promise to always put you and Lucas first, to build a life rooted in trust and kindness. I'm grateful for this second chance, and I won't take it for granted." Anna, her voice steady, responded, "Liam, we've been through so much, but here we are, stronger, wiser, and together. I promise to love you as you are, to face life's challenges with you, and to cherish the family we've created." When they were pronounced husband and wife, Lucas was the first to cheer, running to hug them both. "We're official now," he exclaimed, making everyone laugh. The evening unfolded in laughter, heartfelt toasts, and moments of quiet reflection. As Liam and Anna danced under the string lights to a soft acoustic version of their college song, they felt the weight of the past lift. Years later, as their family grew with the arrival of twin daughters, Olivia and Emma, the lessons of their journey continued to guide them. They were a family forged in resilience, proof that love could heal even the deepest wounds. Under the same stars that witnessed their struggles, they built a life defined not by wealth or power, but by the unshakable bonds of love and second chances. Hey there, lovely soul. Welcome back to Noah's Stories. Before we begin, please join me in a heartfelt prayer. Heavenly Father, please bless everyone listening to this story. Grant them happiness, peace, and guide them toward finding their true love. Amen. My beautiful family, please don't forget to like, comment, and share this video. Your support means everything to me. And now, let me tell you a story, not about power or success, but about what happens when someone dares to slow down and finally starts to feel. Ethan Walker had everything people usually dream of: money, fame, and power. At 35, he was the founder of a billion-dollar tech company, often dubbed by the media as the cold genius of a new era. But behind the glass-walled boardrooms and multi-million-dollar deals, Ethan knew something was missing. Lavish parties, endless strategy meetings, and relationships built on mutual benefit had slowly disconnected him from anything that felt real. He couldn't even remember the last time he had laughed without a filter. Then one day his personal phone rang. It was a call from Maplewood Residence, the care facility where his grandfather Samuel was staying, informing him that there had been some minor changes in his condition and that he had been asking for Ethan. Ethan paused. Something in the nurse's voice made his chest tighten unexpectedly. He glanced at the packed calendar on his desk, then stood up. He didn't know it yet, but that visit the next day would become the turning point of his life. The next morning, Ethan drove himself to Maplewood Residence. His sleek black electric car looked oddly out of place among the modest vehicles in the parking lot. The facility was high-end. He had chosen it to ensure his grandfather had the best. But no matter how comfortable, it still felt like a failure to have left him there. The front desk welcomed him with a warm smile. "We weren't expecting you this early, Mr. Walker," the receptionist said kindly. "Is that a problem?" Ethan replied, his tone sharper than he intended. "Not at all," she answered, unfazed. "Mr. Samuel is out in the garden with Jasmine. She's our occupational therapist and very close to your grandfather." Ethan followed the stone path toward the rear garden. As he neared, he heard laughter. His grandfather's laughter. It was a sound he hadn't heard in years. Under the shade of an old oak, Samuel sat on a bench, looking relaxed and genuinely happy. Next to him was a young woman in pale blue scrubs, her light blonde hair tied back simply, her face glowing with a smile and eyes that sparkled with warmth. She didn't look like anyone Ethan knew. No heavy makeup, no designer labels, no forced politeness, just real. Ethan hesitated. For a moment, he felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time: nervous. The usual confidence he carried so effortlessly faltered, replaced by a flicker of awkwardness that unsettled him. "You made it," Samuel called out. "Come over here, Ethan." Jasmine looked up. Her eyes met his, calm, open, unassuming. There was no awe, no judgment, just a regular glance from one person to another. And somehow, that ordinary look left Ethan standing still for a beat longer than he expected. Ethan sat beside his grandfather while Jasmine respectfully stepped back to give them space. Yet even as she walked away, her gaze remained quietly attentive, a small but thoughtful gesture that caught Ethan's eye. "Do you remember that little lake in Vermont?" Samuel asked, his eyes lighting up. "We used to go fishing there every summer." Ethan smiled. The memory returned vividly, the two of them sitting barefoot on the dock, holding fishing rods, the breeze rustling through the trees, sunlight dancing on the water. Those were peaceful, honest days, before ambition took over his life. "I remember," Ethan replied softly, his eyes drifting to Jasmine, now helping an elderly woman adjust her pillow. "Jasmine's one of a kind," Samuel said, as if reading his grandson's thoughts. "She doesn't just care for us. She listens. The way your grandmother used to." Moments later, Jasmine returned with a warm cup of tea. "Careful, Mr. Samuel, it's still hot," she said gently. "Have you worked here long?" Ethan asked, surprising even himself with the question. "About 2 years," she replied. "I also volunteer at a community garden in Brooklyn. Urban Roots, we grow produce for low-income families. I go on weekends." "A community garden?" Ethan raised an eyebrow. It was a concept completely foreign to his world. Jasmine gave a soft laugh. It's not fancy, but it's real. Sometimes it's the only place that gives people a sense of hope. That evening, back in his immaculate penthouse, Ethan opened his laptop. But instead of reviewing financial forecasts, he typed into the search bar, Urban Roots Garden, Brooklyn. Among the images, one made him pause. Jasmine, hands dirty with soil, smiling brightly beside a child. No makeup, no filters, just raw, authentic life. From that day on, Ethan began visiting Maplewood more often. He didn't say why, but both Samuel and Jasmine could sense it. The man who once lived for boardrooms was now returning to something quieter and far more real. That Saturday morning, Ethan showed up at Urban Roots Garden, a tucked-away plot in the heart of East Brooklyn, surrounded by aging brick buildings. He wore a simple button-down shirt and crisp jeans, holding 2 coffees, one for himself and one in case Jasmine was there. The garden buzzed with life. Children darted between raised beds, adults turned soil, strung trellises, and fixed irrigation lines. The scent of damp earth and the hum of laughter filled the air. Ethan felt out of place, and yet, oddly, didn't want to leave. Jasmine emerged from the far end of the lot wearing a faded t-shirt and ripped jeans, balancing a tray of seedlings against her hip. She stopped when she saw him. "You really came," she said, half surprised, half smiling. "I said I would," Ethan replied, lifting the coffee cup in his hand. She led him to a bare patch of soil. "We're planting tomatoes here, 12 inches apart. Be gentle. The roots are delicate." Ethan followed her lead, awkward at first. His first plant leaned to one side, dirt scattered across his pants. Jasmine laughed, not unkindly. Not bad for a first-time CEO gardener. They worked side by side for hours. Ethan's hands grew dirty, his shirt damp with sweat. No one asked what he did for a living. No one cared about the brand of his watch. People simply said, "Hey, can you help me move this pot?" And for once, he felt useful in a completely different way. During the lunch break, they sat under a tree, eating sandwiches and sipping lemonade brought by a local family. Ethan hadn't brought anything, but Jasmine handed him a plate. "First-timers get a pass. Next time, bring something to share." He nodded. "There's going to be a next time?" She shrugged. "That's up to you." As the sun rose high above them, Ethan glanced around at the buzzing garden, at the people, at the laughter, at the quiet joy of building something real. Then he looked at Jasmine, her curls tied back, sweat glistening on her brow, her smile still bright. And he realized he had never seen anyone more beautiful. The following week, Ethan invited Jasmine to the company's annual gala, an elegant fundraiser for educational programs. She hesitated, but eventually agreed, not for the glamour, but because she believed in the cause. Jasmine arrived in her old sedan, driving herself, wearing a borrowed navy blue dress. Her hair was neatly tied, makeup simple. As she stepped out in front of the Grand Plaza Hotel, where flashbulbs lit up the red carpet, she nearly turned back. Ethan met her at the entrance, his eyes lighting up. "You look beautiful," he said sincerely. "I feel out of place," she whispered. "No one here means more to me than you," he replied. They entered the grand ballroom, crystal chandeliers, classical music, guests gliding across the room in designer gowns and tuxedos. Jasmine stayed quiet, watching, her smile carefully composed as curious eyes fell on her. At the head table, Ethan introduced her to board members and colleagues. Among them was Rachel Adams, head of communications, and someone who had been close to Ethan for years. "Oh, and who might you be?" Rachel asked, her tone polite but cool. "A friend of Ethan's?" "I'm Jasmine," she replied. "I work at Maplewood Residence. I take care of Mr. Samuel." "I see." Rachel offered a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "How noble." Rachel hadn't said anything cruel, but Jasmine knew how to read between the lines. After dinner, when Ethan was pulled away to meet a senior official, Jasmine slipped outside to the terrace. The air was fresher, but her chest felt heavy. A few minutes later, Rachel joined her. "Just so you know," she said softly, "this world isn't easy. Someone like Ethan can't live on feelings alone." "Maybe you're right," Jasmine said calmly. She left early. Before going, she texted Ethan, "Thank you for the invitation. I had to leave early. Hope the evening goes well." Ethan returned to the table and saw the message. He called, no answer. The ballroom around him buzzed with music and chatter, but inside, everything had gone quiet. And for the first time in years, Ethan was afraid of losing something no amount of money could ever buy back. That night, Ethan couldn't sleep. Jasmine's text echoed in his mind, polite, distant. A wall had risen between them, and he knew exactly why. The next morning, instead of heading to his office, Ethan drove to Maplewood residence. He found his grandfather sitting on the porch, morning light catching in his silver hair. "You already know, don't you?" Ethan asked as he sat beside him. Samuel chuckled softly. "You thought Rachel was the only one who paid attention?" Ethan poured his heart out. The gala, Jasmine's departure, the emptiness that followed. "I've lost something valuable. All because I kept clinging to a world I don't believe in anymore." Samuel squeezed his hand gently. "You've got two choices. Keep building an empire others admire, or build a life you're proud to live." Those words unlocked something in Ethan. That afternoon, he called for a special board meeting at NextLink. Standing before the very people who once praised him and now quietly questioned him, he didn't flinch. "I used to believe success was measured in numbers," he began, "but lately, I've realized that's only part of the story." He unveiled a bold restructuring plan, reorienting the company to invest in education, community healthcare, and sustainability projects. Some members looked stunned. Rachel objected immediately, claiming he was letting emotions dictate business. "If emotions help me see the people behind the numbers," Ethan replied steady, "then maybe, for the first time, I'm actually leading." He announced leadership changes, removing those no longer aligned with the company's renewed vision, including Rachel. That evening, Ethan knocked on Jasmine's door. She opened it, surprised. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice cool. "I'm here to ask for a chance, not just with you, but with my life." He told her about the meeting, his grandfather's advice, the new direction, and how he hadn't been able to stop thinking about her smile in that garden. "I don't want to change you," he said. "I want to change with you." Jasmine looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a soft, trusting smile. "Then let's start there." 2 months later, Urban Roots Garden was alive with laughter and music during its annual summer festival. Ethan was no longer an outsider, his sleeves rolled up, helping pitch tents, carry water buckets, and prepare alongside everyone else. Jasmine was handing out lemonade to a group of kids when she saw Ethan walking toward her, a small box in his hand. He smiled, sunlight dancing in his eyes. "I've got something to ask you," he said, voice just a bit shaky. "Right now?" Jasmine laughed, wiping sweat from her brow. "I've got lemon juice all over me." "Perfect," Ethan said, "because I wouldn't want to ask you anywhere else." With friends, neighbors, and Samuel seated proudly beneath a canopy of ripe tomatoes, watching nearby, Ethan knelt down and opened the box. "Jasmine Lee," he began, voice full of feeling, "you've taught me that wealth isn't in bank accounts, but in what we grow, with our hearts, our time, and our love. I don't just want to stand beside you in this garden. I want to walk through life with you. Will you marry me?" Jasmine laughed through tears. "And what if I say no?" "Then I'll spend every season of my life planting flowers just to see you smile, and I won't stop until you say yes." She leaned down, wrapped her arms around him, and whispered, "Then you better start planning a lifetime of gardening, because I say yes." Cheers erupted across the garden. Samuel wiped a tear, Ethan smiled, and for the first time in his life, he felt truly, deeply rich. Ethan and Jasmine didn't marry in a grand ballroom or a 5-star hotel, as many might have expected. Instead, they chose Urban Roots Garden, the very place where everything began. Under the golden glow of a late afternoon sun, surrounded by flowers and ripe tomato vines, they exchanged simple vows in front of family, friends, and the community. Jasmine wore a soft white dress, her hair flowing freely, holding a bouquet made from the very garden that brought them together. Ethan wore a crisp white shirt, no tie, holding her hand as if he never wanted to let go. Samuel walked the bride down the aisle, a moment that brought more than a few tears. "If your grandmother could see this," he whispered to Jasmine, "she'd be smiling all day." After the wedding, they moved into a small house near the garden with a modest backyard for planting vegetables and a white wooden fence Jasmine had always dreamed of. Their married life wasn't luxurious, but it was full of laughter. Every morning, Ethan made coffee while Jasmine cooked breakfast. They tended the garden together, visited Samuel at Maplewood. In the evenings, they sat on the porch, sharing little stories, a resident's new joke, a child's first perfectly straight carrot. "We're really living, aren't we?" Ethan asked one night under the shade of the grapevines. "We are," Jasmine smiled, resting her head on his shoulder, "and every day feels like a gift." Then one spring morning, with mustard flowers blooming all around, Jasmine placed a small box on the breakfast table. Ethan opened it, a pregnancy test with 2 bright pink lines. He stared, speechless for a second, then laughed and grabbed her hands. "Are you sure?" he asked, almost afraid the dream was too perfect. "More sure than anything," she said, tears of joy shining in her eyes. Samuel, who had grown more frail but still sharp as ever, was the first they told. He held Jasmine for a long time, his frail hands gently smoothing her hair. "My grandchild is having a child," he whispered, eyes glistening. Life comes full circle. When baby Ellie was born, a girl with her mother's brown eyes and her great-grandfather's dimples, the garden welcomed one more soul. On her first visit, Ethan carried her close, showing her the first tomato plants of the season, while Jasmine walked beside him, glowing. Samuel sat on his usual bench, sipping tea, watching them like he was witnessing an entire lifetime. From seedling, to tree, to bloom again. "We've grown the most important thing," Ethan said, looking at Jasmine and Ellie. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, sunlight resting gently on her shoulder. "A home," he replied, "and a love big enough to grow a whole garden." Samuel smiled quietly from his bench, a soft breeze brushing his face. As he sipped his tea and watched 3 generations rooted in the same soil, he whispered to himself, "This is the harvest I've waited my whole life for." The rain poured relentlessly, blanketing the streets of Chicago in a cold, unyielding cascade. Lucas Harper, a renowned architect, sat behind the wheel of his sleek silver sedan, the rhythmic thrum of the windshield wipers blending with the constant hum of his thoughts. The clock on the dashboard read 8:17 p.m., its glowing digits counting down to an important presentation that could redefine his career. Lucas rehearsed key points in his mind, lips moving silently as he navigated the rain-slicked streets. His profession demanded precision, and tonight's pitch was no exception. The world outside blurred into streaks of light and shadow, his focus narrowing to the road ahead. Then he saw her. Under the dim glow of a flickering street lamp stood a woman, her soaked hair plastered against her pale face. She clutched a small child wrapped in a threadbare blanket, shielding the girl as best as she could from the downpour. Her shoulders trembled, her thin frame a silhouette of exhaustion and desperation. Lucas's fingers tightened on the wheel. The logical part of him urged him to keep driving. His meeting was too important to miss. But as he glanced again at the frail figure, he knew he couldn't leave her behind. Lucas's car slowed to a crawl as his thoughts wrestled with the choice before him. The green light flickered ahead, urging him to move forward. But his gaze remained fixed on the woman and the child. A wave of muddy water splashed onto the sidewalk as another car sped past her, forcing her to recoil and clutch the child closer. His jaw tightened as conflicting thoughts raced through his mind. "You don't have time for this," he muttered. Yet, the image of the woman shielding her child against the relentless rain refused to leave his mind. With a deep sigh, he eased off the accelerator, the decision already made before he fully realized it. Lowering the passenger side window, Lucas was met with the sharp sting of rain. "Excuse me," he called out, raising his voice above the downpour. "Do you need help?" The woman turned her head slowly, her wide, wary eyes meeting his. Her arms instinctively tightened around the child, as if shielding her from an unseen danger. I don't," she stammered, her voice barely audible. Lucas glanced at the child. The girl stirred slightly in her mother's arms, letting out a soft, plaintive cry. The sight pulled at something deep within him. "You can't stay out here," he said firmly, though his tone was kind. "Please, get in. It's too dangerous." For a moment, the woman hesitated, her drenched frame shaking from the cold. Her eyes darted to the empty street before flickering back to Lucas. Finally, her resolve seemed to break. She stepped forward with stiff, deliberate movements, as if any sudden motion might shatter her. Lucas quickly leaned across to open the door. He grabbed a jacket from the passenger seat and draped it over her shoulders as she climbed in, careful not to disturb the child. Water pooled around her feet on the pristine floor mat, but Lucas didn't care. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice hoarse. Lucas nodded, shifting the car into gear. "Let's get you somewhere safe." The car's heater hummed to life, gradually pushing back the chill as Lucas drove through the rain-soaked streets. He cast quick glances at the woman beside him. Her hands gripped the edges of his jacket tightly, knuckles white, while the child rested silently against her chest, her small face barely visible through the damp folds of the blanket. "What's your name?" Lucas asked, his voice breaking the silence. The woman hesitated, her gaze fixed on the passing streetlights. "Laura," she said quietly. "And this is Mia." "Laura?" Lucas repeated, as if testing the name. "I'm Lucas. We're heading to the hospital first. Mia should be checked out." Laura's head snapped toward him, her face a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. "You don't have to do that," she murmured. "We'll be fine." "I don't want to be a burden." "You're not," Lucas replied firmly. "I'd feel better knowing she's okay." Laura said nothing more, but the tension in her shoulders remained. When they reached the hospital, Lucas stepped out into the rain without hesitation, ignoring the cold drops that soaked through his clothes. He opened the passenger door and extended a hand to Laura, who hesitated before taking it. Inside, the warm glow of the hospital lights felt almost foreign after the storm's relentless gloom. A nurse approached, her gaze softening as she took in Laura's disheveled state and Mia's small, swaddled figure. Lucas stayed nearby, watching as the nurse gently guided Laura and Mia into an examination room. He sat in the lobby, his foot tapping anxiously against the tile floor. The sterile smell of antiseptic and the distant hum of monitors only heightened his unease as the minutes dragged on, endlessly. When Laura returned, cradling a now calmer Mia. She muttered another faint, "Thank you." Lucas shook his head. "You're not staying out there tonight. I'll take you to my place. It's safe, and you'll have time to figure things out." The drive to Lucas's apartment was quiet, the city's chaos muffled by the steady drum of rain on the car roof. Laura sat in the passenger seat, her hands never leaving Mia's blanket. Lucas could sense the hesitation emanating from her, but he didn't press. When they arrived at his building, Laura hesitated again, her gaze lingering on the modern glass structure. "This is your home?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lucas nodded, opening the car door. "It's not much," he said with a faint smile, downplaying the grandeur of the apartment towering above them, "but it's warm and dry." Inside, Laura's unease was palpable as she glanced around the spacious living room. She shifted Mia in her arms, her fingers clutching the child protectively. Lucas grabbed a blanket from a nearby couch and handed it to her. "You can stay here until you figure things out," he said, his tone steady and non-intrusive. "Take all the time you need." Laura hesitated, then finally spoke, her words halting. "I don't know how to thank you. No one's ever done something like this for us." "You don't have to thank me," Lucas replied simply. "Everyone needs help sometimes." Her shoulders sagged and she sank onto the couch, Mia still asleep in her arms. After a moment of silence, she began to speak, her voice trembling. "We've been running," she said. "From Mia's father, Mark." Lucas's brows furrowed, but he stayed quiet, letting her continue. "He wasn't always like this," Laura murmured. "But he started gambling, drinking. When things got bad, he turned to anger." Her breath hitched. "When Mia was born, I thought he'd change. For a moment, I thought he was changing. He was kind, attentive, almost like the man I fell in love with. But it didn't last. The anger came back worse than ever until it felt like there was no escape. And then I knew I had to leave. For Mia. I couldn't let her grow up like that." Lucas watched as tears welled in her eyes, her grip on Mia tightening. "You did what you had to do," he said gently. "For her." Laura nodded, her voice a whisper. "But he won't stop looking for us." Lucas's jaw tightened. "He won't hurt you. Not while you're here." A few days later, as Laura settled into Lucas's apartment, she began to regain a sense of normalcy. Lucas, ever pragmatic, handed her his credit card one evening after returning from work. "For anything you and Mia need," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Laura hesitated, staring at the card as if it were a foreign object. "I can't take this," she said, her voice shaking. "You can and you will," Lucas replied firmly. "This isn't charity, it's for Mia. She deserves to have what she needs." Laura's eyes brimmed with gratitude and reluctance, but she eventually accepted the card. "Thank you," she whispered, clutching it tightly. That night, while Mia slept soundly in her makeshift crib, Laura felt an unshakable need to step outside for air. The walls of Lucas's apartment, though warm and secure, seemed to close in on her, as memories of her past crept back. She slipped on her coat and quietly left, walking toward the nearby park. It was there that Mark found her. His silhouette emerged from the shadows, a cigarette glowing between his fingers. "Laura?" he said smoothly, his voice laced with venom. "You've been hiding well, but you knew I'd find you." Laura froze, clutching her coat tightly. "Leave us alone, Mark," she said, her voice firm but trembling. Mark stepped closer, his grin widening. "Not until I get something out of this mess. Give me what you have, or I'll take Mia. I'm sure you don't want that." Tears streamed down Laura's face as she reached into her pocket and pulled out Lucas's credit card. "Take it. Just leave us alone." Mark snatched the card with a sneer and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Lucas's phone buzzed with an alert. Unusual activity on his card. His stomach sank as he scanned the transactions. Electronics, luxury goods, all purchased the night before. Confronting Laura that evening, Lucas kept his voice calm but firm. "Why is my card being used for these purchases?" Laura's face crumbled as she broke down in tears. "Mark found me," she admitted. "He threatened to take Mia. I didn't know what else to do." Lucas's jaw tightened. "You should have told me. We'll deal with this. Together." The calm didn't last long. 2 nights later, Lucas woke to the sound of shattering glass echoing through his apartment. His heart raced as he grabbed his phone to check the security cameras. On the feed, he saw 3 men forcing their way into the building's side entrance. Mark was among them. Lucas quickly threw on a jacket and rushed toward Laura's room. He found her sitting upright on the couch, clutching Mia, her eyes wide with fear. "Stay here," he said urgently. "Lock the door and don't open it for anyone but me." Laura nodded, her trembling hands pulling Mia closer. Lucas stepped into the hallway, his mind racing. He grabbed a heavy umbrella from the corner, the closest thing to a weapon he could find, and moved toward the front door. The intruders didn't waste time. The door to the apartment burst open, and Mark strode in, flanked by 2 other men. His expression was smug as he scanned the space. "Where are they?" Mark sneered. "Not here," Lucas said, stepping forward, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "You've made a mistake coming here." Mark chuckled darkly. "The mistake was thinking you could protect them from me." The first man lunged at Lucas and chaos erupted. The fight was brutal. Lucas swung the umbrella with all his strength, catching one of the men across the face. But the odds were against him. A second attacker landed a punch to Lucas's ribs, sending him stumbling into the coffee table. In the bedroom, Laura pressed her ear to the door, Mia bundled tightly in her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she heard the sounds of the struggle. Desperation surged within her, mingling with a fierce determination she didn't know she had. Her eyes darted around the room until they landed on a heavy lamp on the bedside table. Grabbing it with trembling hands, she braced herself for what was to come. When Mark pushed into the room moments later, Laura acted on instinct. She swung the lamp with all her might, striking him squarely on the head. Mark staggered back, cursing, giving Lucas just enough time to regain his footing. Police sirens blared in the distance, growing louder by the second. One of the intruders panicked and fled. Moments later, officers stormed the apartment, subduing the remaining attackers. Laura sank to the floor, clutching Mia, as tears of relief and exhaustion poured down her face. Lucas, battered but alive, knelt beside them. "It's over," he said softly, his voice hoarse. "You're safe now." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the large windows of Lucas's apartment, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous night. The apartment was quieter now, though traces of the struggle lingered: a broken coffee table, scattered belongings, and bruises that both Lucas and Laura bore. Lucas sat at the dining table, a cup of coffee in his hand. Across from him, Laura cradled Mia, who cooed softly, blissfully unaware of the danger they had just escaped. "Thank you," Laura said, her voice steady despite the weariness in her eyes. Lucas looked up, his expression firm but kind. "You don't need to thank me. You did what you had to for Mia, and I'll always help you do that." Laura nodded, her gaze drifting to the window, where the city stretched out before them. For the first time in a long time, she felt a spark of hope, a future not defined by fear. "I've been thinking," she began hesitantly. "It's time I start rebuilding. I can't keep running. I want Mia to grow up feeling safe, to have a real life." Lucas smiled faintly. "You will, and you won't have to do it alone." Months passed, and life for Laura and Mia began to transform. With Lucas's unwavering support, Laura secured a part-time job at a local bookstore, a quiet refuge where she rediscovered her confidence. Mia, now more curious and playful than ever, brought joy to every corner of Lucas's apartment, her laughter echoing like music. Lucas, despite his demanding schedule as an architect, always prioritized time with them. They shared dinners filled with warmth, afternoons in the park, and quiet evenings reading bedtime stories to Mia. Gradually, Lucas's home became more than just a sanctuary. It became a shared space of comfort and belonging. One crisp autumn evening, Lucas invited Laura to sit with him on the balcony. The skyline stretched before them, a sea of twinkling lights against the fading twilight. "You've done so much for us," Laura said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. "I'll never be able to repay you." Lucas turned to her, his expression thoughtful. "You've already repaid me, Laura. You've brought something into this place that was missing: life, laughter, and family." Laura looked down, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I've been thinking," Lucas continued, leaning forward. "This apartment, it's not just mine anymore, it's ours, and I want it to stay that way." Her brows furrowed in confusion. "Lucas, what are you saying?" "I'm saying," he said with a gentle smile, "I want you and Mia to stay, permanently. This is your home too, if you want it to be." Laura's breath hitched as tears welled in her eyes. "Are you sure?" she whispered. Lucas reached over, covering her hand with his. "I've never been more sure of anything." Laura nodded, her voice trembling. "We'd love to stay." As Mia toddled over moments later, giggling as Lucas scooped her up, Laura smiled through her tears. For the first time, she truly felt like they had found a home. 2 years had passed since the night Lucas brought Laura and Mia into his life, and their world had transformed into something neither of them could have imagined. The once pristine apartment was now filled with signs of a thriving family: crayon drawings on the fridge, toys scattered in the living room, and the sound of Mia's giggles echoing through the halls. Laura had grown into her new life with confidence and grace. She had transitioned from her part-time job at the bookstore to managing it full-time, finding joy in curating stories for others while writing a new chapter of her own. Mia, now 5 years old, adored Lucas and often followed him around, mimicking his every move as he worked on architectural sketches. One sunny spring morning, Lucas suggested a picnic at the park, a favorite family tradition. They spread a blanket under a sprawling oak tree, Mia running in circles, chasing butterflies. As Laura unpacked the basket, Lucas took her hand. "I have something to say," he began, his tone warm yet nervous. Laura looked up, her brow furrowing slightly. "What is it?" Lucas reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Her breath caught as he opened it, to reveal the delicate diamond ring. "Laura," he said, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes, "you and Mia have changed my life in ways I never thought possible. You've made this place a home, and you've made me a better man. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?" Tears spilled down Laura's cheeks as she brought her hands to her mouth, overwhelmed by emotion. Her voice trembled as she finally found the words. "Yes, Lucas. 1,000 times yes." She reached for his hand, her heart bursting with joy and relief. Mia ran over, confused but excited by their sudden embrace. "What's happening?" she asked, giggling as Lucas lifted her into his arms. "Oh, big happy family," Lucas said with a grin, kissing Mia's forehead. A year later, their family grew even larger with the arrival of their son, Ethan. As Lucas held the baby boy in his arms, with Mia perched beside him, Laura smiled through happy tears. They had come so far, and now their future was brighter than ever. As Lucas and Laura watched Mia chase butterflies in the garden, with baby Ethan gurgling in Lucas's arms, the warmth of their journey filled the air. Their story reminds us that even in the darkest times, love, kindness, and second chances can light the way to a brighter future. If this story touched your heart, let it be the beginning of something beautiful. Help us spread more hope and inspiration by joining our community. Click subscribe and turn on notifications to ensure you don't miss out on more heartfelt stories like this one. Together, we can create a space where every story uplifts, inspires, and reminds us that brighter days are always ahead. Thank you for being part of this journey, and we'll see you in the next story.